That happened during the planning meeting on Wednesday.
How much? Wow. Yeah. Yes, I would.
Uh-oh. No, got it?
I wouldn't change. I wouldn't change.
Yeah.
Come on.
3 kids.
Okay.
Existence.
I think you've got it now, actually. Oh,
No, she
Like-
doesn't.
No, you actually have to like pull it up and then push the. Yeah. Yeah. They're wireless, actually.
Oh, really?
So we need,
Aren't they?
we need the Benny Hill music.
no, the same thing happened at the planning commission. They all talk software. Or, yeah. Because anytime I go to a planning commission meeting,
Oh, Donnie's already.
so at one point, Kate, trying to talk to Liz a little closer and went,
Can we put something on it to make it stay upright? Maybe it can, I don't know. Can it like lean so it doesn't fall down?
yeah, if that'll fit around it, that'll
If that'll fit
fall
on it,
through.
stop it from falling down. Like,
Oh, yeah, clip it.
Just watch the power button.
maybe it'll stay for you. Okay. That's the problem with kids. We will make
Are we
it work.
ready? we,
You just MacGyvered it.
We will make it work.
we have MacGyvered this situation.
Mom Guyvered.
Huh? All right. Welcome to the fabulous Ferndale City Council meeting. It is 7:02, and I call the meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, will you do roll call, please?
Councilmember James.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May.
Here.
Councilmember Mikulski.
Here.
Councilmember Polika.
Here.
And Mayor Piana.
Here. Next on the agenda is approval of the agenda. What is the pleasure of council?
I move to actually modify the agenda by removing regular item 8A, appointment of Civil Service Board, but otherwise adopt the agenda as written.
I would actually like to motion to move item 7B from the consent agenda to directly after 4B within the presentation.
So 7B becomes 4C.
Correct.
And if I may, the Community Development Department was asking for 7H to be removed as well.
H?
And removal of 7H.
For to be what, tabled for the time?
For to be tabled until the next?
Correct,
Okay.
Okay.
So that is tabling regular agenda item 8A, tabling consent agenda item 7H, and moving consent agenda item 7B to 4C. May I have a motion, please?
I move that we accept the agenda as amended.
I second.
Roll call?
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May.
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski.
Yes.
Councilmember Polika.
Yes.
Councilmember James.
Yes.
And Mayor Piana.
Yes. Next up is our presentations, and tonight we are starting off with a resolution of condolence for former Mayor Robert Porter, and I invite Brad and Ruth Porter to the dais so we can. Would you mind coming up to the? So we lost one of our former leaders of the city of Ferndale, Mayor Bob. Yeah. Mayor Bob Porter, and tonight we're going to honor his life through this resolution. And I just wanted to say how sorry I am for your loss. I know Bob had a long battle with cancer, and he did it with and he fought it with optimism and humor, and the way Bob knows how to tackle hard things, which is my experience with him, serving with him as a volunteer on the Zoning Board of Appeals. And I wanted to say, before I read this, how important Bob was to giving me a chance of learning about local government. And he elevated so many people into learning about their local government. And I am one of his mayoral appointees back in the early of my days, my first year moving into Ferndale, and I hopped right into understanding how government worked. Bob was a giant in the city when he served on city council and as a mayor. And he always made me laugh. And he was always calling me to tell me to clean out the storm drains. Because he was always caring, making sure the drains were working properly and that DPW was doing what they were supposed to be doing. And so I just wanted to invite you up if you wanted to say anything at this time and or council in recognition of Bob.
He loved Ferndale, he loved politics, and he just loved the community so much that we've been here for 38 years. And thank you all for your thoughts and prayers. And he's not suffering anymore, he's at peace now.
Thank you so much, guys, for your recognition of my father and her husband, Robert. He was, the best dad I could hope for, and this one right here is the best mom I could hope for. And I mean, not many people really get that, So I recognize what an amazing blessing that's been, and but this is life. So we appreciate you guys for recognizing him. Thank you. That's it.
Yes, and I do have a question for you. I am getting a lot of questions about a memorial service. Can you tell us when?
There will be, but it'll probably be sometime the end of March or the beginning of April, but I will let you know.
Okay.
He didn't want a funeral. He wanted his body donated to Michigan State.
So, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
And being with here tonight.
So I just wanted to say that just over a year ago, I met former Mayor Bob Porter at that podium where he came and he shared with us that he had cancer. And just meeting him and just seeing him present there just made me I felt compelled to just reach out and just contact him by way of phone. And then next thing you know, I'm sending him a card. And next thing you know, he and I are talking all of the time. He really mentored me and just would fuss at me when he saw things that he didn't like that was going on. But he guided me. He carried me through this campaign with advice, helped me. He was an ear when I had to make some hard decisions. And I just want you to know what his friendship means to me. And because he's such a good friend to me, I consider you all a good friend to me. And please let me know if you need anything. I'm going to really miss him.
And thank you, Raylon. I apologize for getting back to you a day too late.
That's okay.
On the phone call there, but
That's okay. I've had many conversations.
we greatly appreciate it. And,
Thank you.
it means a lot. So
The
thanks.
afternoon that he passed away, my sister looked at me and said, he's up there talking somebody's ear off right now.
That's for sure.
Yes.
And we do have this resolution for you, and I'm going to, if there's any other comments from council?
I just want to add really briefly that, I echo what everyone else has said, that when I was a newcomer to Ferndale, Mayor Porter was so generous and so giving with his time to residents who wanted to get involved, wanted to learn more about how to change the city charter and make, have a big impact on local government. He was so generous and encouraging, and I will forever remember and appreciate him for that. Thank you for sharing him with us.
Thank you so much.
In memory of Bob, I will read this. On behalf of the Ferndale City Council, we extend the city's condolences to the family of former Mayor Robert Porter. Born on November 6, 1948. Robert Porter passed away February 3rd, 2020. Mr. Porter was elected to City Council in 1995 and assumed office on January 1st, 1996. After serving 2 terms on City Council, he was elected to 3 terms as mayor in 2001, 2003, and 2005. Mr. Porter served on a variety of city boards and commissions and served as a member of the Board of Zoning Appeals up until his death. He served on the State Fair Advisory Board and was appointed as Michigan State Fair Authority Manager in 2009 by Governor Granholm, managing Michigan's last fair at the state grounds. Beyond Mr. Porter's service on council, he was an active, engaged member of the Ferndale community. It is great sadness that Ferndale City Council acknowledges Robert Porter's passing and recognizes his significant contributions to the betterment of our community. And that the clerk certifies this as a true copy of the resolution.
Thank you so much.
Let me bring this.
Let's celebrate the life of Mayor Porter.
Excuse me, Mayor, you may want to call for a motion for council to adopt. the
Oh,
resolution.
yes, thank you. May I have a motion to adopt the resolution in support of former Mayor Robert Porter?
I'd be happy to move to adopt for the resolution in condolence and recognition of Mayor Porter.
Support.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And our next item on the presentations is another adoption of a condolence resolution for another great giant in Ferndale, Nancy Gettert. And Councilwoman Leeks May is going to introduce this.
Yes. Nancy Gettert. I tell you, she was not one to hold her tongue. Very political in Ferndale and just a powerhouse. And I invite her son, Rob Gettert, up to the podium to say a few words.
Rob Gettert, 606 West Drayton Street. I know my mom would first want me to say thank you to Mayor and Council for serving. On behalf of my family, and especially Chuck Gettert, who I know would have loved to have been here tonight, but he couldn't be, he's out of town. I want to say thank you for honoring Mom. She was an activist, everybody knows that. You know, when we were in grade school, that actually started when the school board banned the book Black Boy. It had been on the curriculum for a few years. Some folks in the community didn't like it. Council, the school board had agreed and had banned the book. And my mom knew that was wrong. And that was her political awakening. And from that point forward, whether it was school issues or city issues, she was always there behind the scenes working. And she taught us as kids to be respectful, but to speak your mind. No surprise there. And we all know she was an activist on the street corner, you know, with the raging grannies, you know, wanting to have denuclearization on a national level. And she was even interested in affecting climate change on a local level. After she died, I was looking through some papers and I saw one article that was about how local communities could affect climate change, and she had written in very shaky hand. You know, she got older these last few years, her hand was quite shaky, and it said, "Call Dave Coulter." And she had some ideas, and I thought, there you go, Nancy. So I wanted you to know that, and beyond all that, she was a great mom. And so thank you very much.
I would like to read the resolution in honor of Nancy Geddert. On behalf of the Ferndale City Council, the city extends condolences to the family of Nancy Geddert. Mrs. Geddert was the mother of former Mayor Charles Geddert and a longtime community activist. She was well known as a member of the Raging Grannies, an international group of peace activists who dress in clothes that mock the stereotypes of older women and sing songs to protest for social justice causes. For many years, Mrs. Geddert could often be seen protesting war on Monday evenings at the corner of 9 Mile and Woodward. Her spirit and fervor for social justice will long be remembered. It is with great sadness that the city of Ferndale acknowledges Nancy Geddert's passing and recognizes her contributions to the betterment of our community. As certified that this is a true copy of the resolution from our city clerk, duly adopted by the Ferndale City Council at the meeting held on February 10th, 2020.
Oh, yep, sorry, and here's the resolution. Your mom made a huge impact on me in my early career, or living here in the, when I first met her, and I saw her sing with the Raging Grannies. But I think what made her more badass in my eyes, if I'm allowed to say that.
You are.
Is when I saw her with her oxygen tank riding a tricycle around town. And I'm like, this is a woman with tenacity and moxie and someone who doesn't give up. And that's just sort of the flavor she brought to our community. And I love her for that. And so,
Thank you.
thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Vote?
Oh, sorry. Thank you for reminding me. I just want to keep moving on. Can we have a motion to adopt the resolution?
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, you're fine.
I'll move for the adoption of the condolence resolution for Nancy Geddert.
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And thank you, Nancy, in honor of her life. Next on the agenda for presentations is 4C, which is the Purple Hearts. And I will let Councilwoman Mikulski introduce this.
Chief Palazzolo, if you'd like to say just a little bit about this, and then I can read the proclamation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm really just the conduit between the veterans that requested to get this done and Councilwoman Mikulski. So I'll keep my part brief. On behalf of the Military Order of Purple Heart, 1818, the VFW, 1407, and the American Legion, I'd like to call up Commander Larry Pratt, Larry Pratzer, Nick Luxon, Mario Campos, and Frank Flores. They would like to just say a word or two.
If I may, council members, mayor, I'd like to give a little history lesson about the Purple Heart. The Purple Heart is an American decoration. It's the oldest decoration in the world in present use and the first American award made available to the common soldier. It was initially created as the badge of military merit by one of the world's most famous and beloved heroes, General George Washington. General Washington is pictured as a cold, stern soldier and a proud aristocrat. Yet, we know he showed sympathy and concern for his troops and was not too proud to pray humbly on his knees for his beloved country and for the men who served it, and him so bravely and loyally. His keen appreciation of the importance of the common soldier in any campaign impelled him to recognize the outstanding valor and merit by granting a commission an advance in rank to deserving individuals. In the summer of 1782, he was ordered by the Continental Congress to cease so there were no funds to pay soldiers, much less the officers. Deprived of his usual means of reward, he must have searched for a substitute. Shortly after receiving the stop order from Congress, he wrote his memorable General Orders of August 7th, 1782, which read in part as follows. The General, ever desirous to cherish various ambition in his soldiers as well as foster and encourage every species of military merit, directs that whatever singly meritorious action is performed, the author of it shall be permitted to wear on his facings over his left breast the figure of a purple heart in purple cloth and or silk edged and narrow lace or binding. Not only instances of usual gallantry, but of extraordinary fidelity and essential service in any way shall meet with due reward. The name and the regiment of the persons so certified are to be enrolled in a book of merit, which will be kept in the orderly room. The order further states, men who have merited this distinction to be suffered to pass all guards and sentinels, which officers are permitted to do. The order to be retroactive to the earliest stages of the war and to be a permanent one. Washington ended his order with, the road to glory in a patriot army and a free country is thus open to all. Okay, this general order was lost in time, and it was lost or misfiled for about 150 years among the War Department records in Washington, D.C. This important paper came to light during a search for Washington's papers prior to the celebration of the bicentennial in 1932. With it were the dramatic accounts of these soldiers who received the decoration been found. The U.S. Department rewarded the Purple Heart decoration. Excuse me, let me back up here. The U.S. Department of War revived the Purple Heart February 22nd, 1932. Miss Elizabeth Will, an Army heraldic specialist and the Quartermaster General, was named to redesign the newly received merit, which became known as the Purple Heart. Using general specifications provided, Will created the design sketch for the present medal of the Purple Heart. The Commission of Fine Arts solicited plaster models from 3 leading sculptors. The medal, the revived form of the medal, instead of a perishable cloth, made in the sharpest image of General Washington, the coat of arms on the top, and the latter is believed to have been the stars and stripes of the American flag. The Purple Heart is awarded to members of the armed forces who are wounded by an instrument of war in the hands of the enemy, and posthumously to the rest of the service members killed in action or to die for wounds received in actions. It is specifically a combat decoration. An organization now known as the Military Order of the Purple Heart, formed in 1932 for the protection and mutual interest of all who received the decoration, composed exclusively of Purple Heart recipients, and is the only service organization comprised strictly of combat veterans. Funds for welfare, rehabilitation, and service work carried on this day by the organization are derived through collection of household items and operational stores, through the donation of automobiles, and commonly level annual distribution of the official flower, which is the Purple Heart viola, which we do in August of every year. Thus, your contribution to programs of the Military or the Purple Heart serve a twofold purpose. They help veterans who participate in these endeavors and help the organization to do many things for the hospitalized and needy veterans and their families. Wives, mothers, daughters, stepdaughters, adopted daughters of Purple Heart recipients are eligible to belong to the Ladies Auxiliary of the Military of the Purple Heart, which also does important work annually and for local hospitals. Further information about the Order of the Purple Heart can be obtained on the website. Now I'd like to introduce Mr. Nick Luxon. He is generous. He helps at both hospitals in Detroit and in Arbor. And him and his wife, Joyce, devote a lot of time to help veterans down there. So take it away.
Thanks, Larry. Yeah, I'm the rep for the Purple Heart, but one of the reasons I wanted to speak is I was raised here in Ferndale. And I know a lot of you don't remember, but Vince, the police chief here, was, when I was growing up, you had Red Gary, Russell Ray, Mayor Gertley, Judge Hunt, who married me and my wife across the street, and Bernie Lennon. Oh, my dad was a city commissioner for 8 years. They were all World War II vets and Korean vets. Everybody in Ferndale had one of the biggest American Legions and VFW post. Ferndale, the city of Ferndale, a little history, we lost 9 residents here in the Vietnam War. Hazel Park lost 14, Warren lost 35, Royal Oak 35. Detroit lost over 500 residents that gave their lives in Vietnam. It was quite a conflict. Some of you are too young, I remember. But we had over 300,000 wounded, which were all Purple Heart recipients. You just lost, I don't know if you remember George Morey, he was a third-year fireman here. He just died a couple weeks ago. He was a Vietnam. I could go on and on and on, but and I'm also a member of the VFW here in Ferndale, and we've donated to the, I don't know if Mario is going to touch on this, but you know, Detroit's building the Fisher Home in Ann Arbor. Ann Arbor has 69,000 veterans go there. Detroit, 55,000. We're building Fisher Homes for the families when a veteran's severely wounded, and if they come in and they have to stay there, they can stay for free while their families are being cared for in that. And we're also building, we're donating, and we're building 3 new soldiers' homes here in Michigan. One by Suffrage, one by Brighton, and you know there's one in Grand Rapids and one in Marquette, UP, for aging and ill soldiers that they can stay there. And I know Frank and his brother, I grew up with them. I got out of Ferndale in '64. I went to high school. They were all Marines here in Vietnam and Ferndale. Ferndale's just such a strong tradition. And I knew the name, Geddard family, but I didn't know the Geddards. I was a little older. But I just wanted to, it meant a lot to me. We just did the city of Royal Oak. We did Madison Heights. We've done Detroit. We've done Warren, Grand Rapids, Larry. I've done a lot with Larry. And it's just an honor to have Ferndale as a Purple Heart city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming tonight. Laura, or Councilwoman Mikulski? Oh.
Well, I just wanted to say my father was a Vietnam vet. My husband's grandfather was a Korean War vet. This means so very much to me. Veterans are a reflection of really what makes this nation great. And we should always strive to remember what you've done, what everyone's done to ensure our freedom. I'm absolutely proud, I'm so very proud to present this proclamation honoring your service and sacrifice.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Before we make any presentation, my name is Frank Flores. As you know, I've been a member of the city for quite some time. Also, I ran the American Legion here before we moved out and disbanded. I am now the commander of the DAV, which is the Disabled American Vets. Majority of my membership is made out of Purple Heart individuals. And majority of the ones that are in my membership also are from Vietnam, even though we're hosting our station out in Berkeley. But we love this city a lot. Like I say, I grew up in the city. Geddard, Chuck, I've known him for quite some time. Bob Porter, one thing about Bob Porter that was missed, that I was on his committee that he ran the main committee that did the infrastructure of the city, the water, sewer, and the sidewalks, everything before. That was about 20 years ago. But again, being a veteran here is a proud day for us, and we ask, we have a flag to present to you, that this flag will be flown during the Veterans Day and Memorial Day, and whatever scene it is that you like to honor our veterans. I know we have the POWMIA flag also, which you honorably put that up. So you have the choice that we will ask, is that you can either fly it or put it on the pole and recognize all the veterans. Again, I thank you for having me the opportunity to talk to you about our veterans.
Thank you. And thank you for the flag.
And with that, I will read the proclamation. The people of the city of Ferndale have great admiration and the utmost gratitude for all the men and women who have selflessly served this country and this community in the armed forces. And veterans have paid the high price of freedom for leaving their families and communities and placing themselves in harm's way for the good of all. And the contributions and sacrifices of the men and women of the city of Ferndale who served in the armed forces have been vital in maintaining the freedoms and the way of life enjoyed by our citizens, and many citizens of our community have earned the Purple Heart Medal as a result of being wounded while engaged in combat with an enemy force, construed as a singularly meritorious act of essential service, and the city of Ferndale appreciates the sacrifices our Purple Heart recipients made in defending our freedoms and believe it is important that we acknowledge them for their courage and show them the support and the honor they have earned. Now, therefore, the mayor and city council for the city of Ferndale do hereby proclaim the city of Ferndale as a Purple Heart city, honoring the service and the sacrifice of our nation's men and women in uniform, wounded or killed by the enemy while serving to protect the freedom enjoyed by all Americans.
Aaron, could you step forward?
Yes.
Present to you. Okay. The military order of the Purple Heart. Oh, come on, Laura. Okay. All right. Okay. The military order of the Purple Heart Special Recognition Award is bestowed with pride to the city of Ferndale, Michigan, for your dedication and support honoring America's combat wounded veterans and becoming a Purple Heart city. Presented by the Patriot members of Chapter 1818, Military Order of the Purple Heart. Congratulations, Mayor.
Thank you for coming.
You're more than welcome.
I'll add one last thing. That sign will, you'll be noticed that as you come in on 9 Mile, and hopefully Woodward gets approved too, so everybody comes into the city will understand that Ferndale supports its veterans.
Okay, now we would like to present the flag. Yes.
I would unveil it, but it's going to be hard to hold it up.
Why don't you set this down? And both of you can hold that. Okay.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay.
We're very proud to have these showing in our community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, please, sir.
I want to say one thing. We'd like to thank the chief for putting all this together. Vinny, our Purple Heart unit, we thank you for getting this going, and you did a lot of hard work on this. So, again, thank you so much for what you're doing.
If I may, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I make the motion to proclaim the city of Ferndale a Purple Heart City as submitted by the police chief, Palazzolo, and council member Mikulski.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Excellent, approved. Next on the agenda, I did want to take a mayoral position here, and our county commissioner, Helene Zach, some sort of had a magic act and appeared in the room after we approved the, would you like to step up to the podium before we move on to the other presentations?
Thank you. I was scared. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Helene Zach, your county commissioner. I am working up a storm, very excited. I don't know if you saw, but Dave Coulter, our county exec, announced this wonderful new health program that was really created in cooperation with the Board of Commissioners. And what we are going to be doing is building out space at both of our health department locations, one on Greenfield and Southfield and one in North Pontiac, to allow the nonprofit federally qualified health organization called Honor Health to do medical, behavioral, and dental care. So basically, when people come into our health department for immunizations or women and for infant children with other health issues, our nurses try and help these citizens as best as they can, make linkages, but people don't follow through. So now it's literally going to be one-stop shopping, so that if you come for one of those services, you also can get health care or counseling. We're going to have social workers, behavioral medicine, and dental care, family planning, all within our health department. This is a really big deal. When I first ran for commissioner in 2002, at the same time that Dave Coulter ran, we had stopped doing family planning services at Oakland County, and we've never had the opportunity to bring them back until we have a Democratic Oakland County commissioner, and I'm also part of the majority party, so we have votes to create these types of programs, so I'm really excited about it. I do want to remind people about census, that you will be getting some type of form by probably April 1st, and you need to be counted, and we need a lot of census workers. And they are willing to pay somewhere around $22 to $24 an hour for census workers in Oakland County. We need at least 1,000 more employees. And so if you are interested, you can go to census.gov or Michigan Works, the My Talent, and apply for those census worker jobs. We are celebrating 200 years of Oakland County this year, and one of the immediate, there's going to be all sorts of celebrations, but one of the immediate things that's happening is we are purchasing 20,000 oak trees. And those 20,000 oak trees are going to be distributed throughout the county. Yes, some will be coming to Ferndale, and we can commemorate the bicentennial in an environmentally friendly way. I also, tomorrow, tonight there's a program, but part of the 100 years of women's suffrage movement voting, we're doing some additional programming. And there is a great-granddaughter of a well-known slave, Michelle Duster, who is speaking this evening at Oakland University, and tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. at Oakland Community College in the auditorium. It's free. I plan on going. She's supposed to be amazing, and I welcome people to come to attend this celebration. Today I was at a human trafficking session that was put on by Congresswoman Levin and a whole panel. And yes, we do have a wonderful initiative that is chaired by one of the commissioners. Yes, we have a lot of human trafficking in Oakland County, particularly in Southfield and Farmington Hills, hotels, and it is a problem in our county. So there's resources on our website if you are interested at www.oakgov.com. That's it. And Wednesday evening is the State of the County speech. And for those of you, I hope that people are attending, or if not, you will be able to tune in live webcasting on the Oakland County website, www.oakgov.com, as well as it's going to be played on radio and some other media. And I hope that you'll all join us. There's a lot more exciting things going on right now. Any questions for me?
Thank you, Helene, for
Thank
joining
you.
us tonight and for the update. Next on the agenda is an update by the Ferndale Public Schools, and I believe...
I'm filling in.
Oh, you're
I'm Jamie Stottlemyre. I'm the Director of Operations for Ferndale Schools. Dr. Bazzi apologizes, but she couldn't be here tonight. I just wanted to remind the community that we have two very important ballot proposals on the March 10th election. The first is a non-homestead renewal. It's called a Headley rollback, and essentially that is a no tax increase, but it maintains our state funding. And then the second ballot proposal is a 3-series bond proposal, which will generate $125 million over the next 10 years for the schools. That bond mainly is for security enhancements, but it also provides for flexible learning environments. We're going to be renovating every one of our classrooms in our district. We're also going to be retiring our 100-year-old elementary school, turning that into CASA, and the plans are to build a new lower elementary school where the current CASA site is right now. So we just wanted to remind voters of that. We have been hitting the streets every Saturday for the last few weeks, handing out flyers and answering questions. We will continue to do that for the next few weeks. And I just wanted to remind everybody that we do have a website that has all the information about the bond on it, and that is www.ferndaleforward.com. So I was going to see if there's any questions, but just a quick update.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Oh, no problem.
Any questions, Counselor? Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Next on the agenda, under presentations, is a preview of the Boards and Commissions public portal. And I believe our Madam Clerk, Marnie,
Yes, thank you.
is going to take us through this.
Yes, we have been working with Granicus, which is the program that we use for our agenda and software management. They also have a Boards and Commissions module, and we've been working behind the scenes to get that updated. And we are pleased to announce that we are very close to having our new module ready for the public. So just as a starting point, I want to go over what our current process is and why it's kind of clunky. So right now, we have manual website updates. We have to work through another department to get updates on the city website, and it's difficult to keep the vacancies as up to date as they need to and should be. We also manually have been tracking our appointments via a spreadsheet. We've been doing that since I've been working in the clerk's office, and it's always everybody, all the clerks are always looking for a better way to handle their boards and commissions, but it seems like everybody kind of has been doing it the same way. But we've also been using emails to vet the applications with staff liaisons and council liaisons, and it ends up taking a lot of follow-up. So it's become a less smooth process than it should be. So what happens to applications right now is when we get them through a company called Seamless Docs. My deputy Barb forwards them to the pertinent staff and council liaisons. Then everybody has their turn with it, and then we email it to the mayor for consideration or the other appointing authority. Then it kind of gets to the council agenda phase, and then what we find, though, is a lot of applicants kind of get lost in the shuffle, or they apply and they don't really know what's happening with their applications, which can be very frustrating. You know, people are excited to participate, and then all of a sudden it's like you apply and you don't hear anything. So that's been disheartening for people. So we're trying to really make a better process that's more interactive. So with our new boards and commissions module, we have all of the board descriptions, the preferred qualifications, vacancies, rosters, and applications are in one place. Very easy to find. Easier applications, we have apply button on the landing page, and on each board page when you go to it, there's a apply feature there. So all of those applications can be shot out, emailed right away. It has email reminders so that if we're not moving fast enough, it's easy to get that reminder out to folks. So these are what this is going to look like for us. So you'll see we've got all of our boards and commissions. This is the landing page for the board. So it has the little brief descriptions and the preferred qualifications, and then you'll see the blue links. Those go directly to deeper details and the rosters about those particular boards. And then under the members tab, you'll see everyone who's on, which boards that they're on, what their terms are, quick and easy. You can find out what people are on. Now also the links go directly again to the board page. Vacancies are much clearer. This is populated with the data from our spreadsheet. So now instead of having a spreadsheet, it's like when we put somebody in or take somebody out, immediately that vacancy is showing right there on the website. We found that a lot of other communities are starting to use this. Ann Arbor has pretty much exactly the same setup, so we figure that's a good sign that we're on the right track. We have an easy to customize thank you message. So this is an example of thank you message that someone would get. It can be as detailed or as simple as we want. I did an application of my own and saw that it just came up, thank you for submitting your application, and you know, I understand why people are frustrated with the process. That's not enough. So so that's exciting. There's just a lot of things that we're finding through this program that are real easy to customize and get the word out. Let me show you quickly. So this is our site. So you'll see the board details are all right here. Tells what the board is about. Tells what kind of people we're looking for to be on it. What areas of expertise we think will be helpful. How many vacancies we have. What the size of the membership is. What the term is. Click right there. You can go right to the Code of Ordinances that tells about the commission, member roster, just with people's names. We aren't giving any personal details, but you know, it's helpful if you want to apply for a board or commission to know who the other people are that you might be working with. And so we have these for all of the commissions. Again, the landing page has the apply button, or if you apply right through this, it takes you in, and you'll see this is kind of neat. There's a drop-down menu that has all of the boards and commissions, and if the board has a vacancy, it says so right there. So if you try to click on a board that, say, doesn't have a vacancy, oh, well, there we go. It'll show you if it doesn't have a vacancy on it, which is kind of neat. And this is just a make-up of the board application that we've been using through Seamless, but this will come directly into the Granicus system, which means once that person is in, there's no adding of information elsewhere. It's just there and ready to go. You can easily get back to your application just by putting in your email address. I tried to apply today, and I got to my email address, and it says, hey, you already started an application. So even once you've submitted it, if you want to do another one, it's easy peasy. Just go in and use your application. You can also withdraw from this point if you apply for something and change your mind. Easy to withdraw. You can save it for later if you want to start and don't have time for it right now. You can view it or print it. So I really think that this is going to be a helpful feature once we get going live with it. So, of course, where are the agendas and minutes? Because that's half of what's important about what's important. So we have our landing page for our city meetings right now will be linked through an iframe. So that page at the top of it will have, here's where you can find our boards and commission minutes, which we are diligently working on updating to make sure that not just council, not just planning commission, but everything is there. And so this is a recommendation from my standpoint of what might be a good way to proceed. Of course, this is just, something to get us thinking. I liked the idea of advertising all current vacancies through communications. We kind of were tossing around the idea of maybe at the beginning of the month, everything that's vacant, we'd say, hey, this is this month's vacancies. Set an application period. I'm recommending 14 days. Then the applications can be sent to the appointing authority or the mayor, who can seek out more information from staff or council liaisons or other members of the community if they want help in making that appointment. The appointing authority then would contact the clerk. We'd add it to the agenda. We're thinking the timeline should be consistent so that people aren't waiting around, waiting for months to find out whether or not they're going to be appointed to a board. I do suggest eliminating the rolling applications, which are the ones that just kind of, they're just there and no one ever hears anything about it. With this process, we could just have that open period, and if someone were to want to reapply, as I said, it's as easy as putting in your email address to bring your application back up. You can tailor your comments or, your interest in a board if you want to apply for something different. But that way, when a vacancy reopens, it's just easy to reapply, and that way people know during that process whether or not they're going to be appointed to something. And so it keeps people from having that period of time where they're losing their enthusiasm, and we don't want that to happen. I think that's an important thing to remember in the process. So for the timeline, we're going to do a soft launch that's to start March 1st, because I don't have anything else going on at the beginning of March, but it's almost there, so it's really exciting. The more I work with it, the more excited I get to launch it. So by April 1st, I'm planning to hold orientation session with the staff liaisons, council liaisons, chairs of the boards, and recording secretaries, kind of as to go over the Open Meetings Act, make sure everybody's on the same page about how important minutes and agendas are for not just the boards, but also for the public. And then May 1st, we'll make sure that all those boards have their minutes available on the City View page. We're already working on that as well. And I'll turn it over to Kara for communications. Does anyone have any questions for me before we do that?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's my understanding that some of our boards and commissions have either alternates or there's a membership range. And that has sometimes been a source of confusion.
Right.
Because vacancies technically exist, but for some reason the board opts not to meet its full capacity. So will that be reevaluated or
Well,
moving forward?
Yeah, as I'm putting in the boards, I'm putting them in for the maximum amount of members, because that's the maximum membership. If something is limited to a certain membership, like the Board of Zoning Appeals has 2 alternates. So I have a vacancy as a regular member and a vacancy as an alternate. And then with the boards that have up to a certain amount of members, I am at this point putting in for that many members until someone tells me that that shouldn't be that way. Because, if we can have up to a certain amount of members, unless it's articulated that we shouldn't have that many openings for some reason, I would err on the side of caution and leave more vacancies open.
Just to add quickly about communications, we don't have to spend too much time on it, but we're looking at 2 different communications pieces here. One with the actual launch of this new module and kind of a change in process, and then another as we go on month to month and talk about openings as they exist. So I am thinking a soft launch is probably the best way to go so that we can have the module live and we can use a controlled test group and people can start engaging with it. If there are bugs or issues, that way we're catching things before we do a big public announcement. Obviously we would call on all of you and we would ask some of our residents to test it out and just make sure everything's working properly. So we would do an initial soft launch at the beginning of the next month, and then we would spend about 2 to 4 weeks making sure everything works properly, and then we would do an official launch where we let all of the public know that we have a new process, that we are going to be completely visible about it, and then we do what we call an FAQ or a CARA office launch, where we tell people all about it, and then we say, a lot of you maybe have not engaged with these before. You don't know what the boards and commissions are. You have questions. You maybe have some mistrust issues about the past, on and on and on. And I spend that day answering all those questions as they come up. You can call, you can social media, you can email, and we'll make sure that we get all of the information out there. And so obviously we would do this in tune with putting things on our website, making a news story, talking to a couple of our local media, including Crystal Proxmeyer, who will help us get the word out, and making sure it's a part of our cable channel. And then, as Marnie said, if we end up going with her recommendation where we're doing monthly lists of openings, that would be done in coordination with our department as well, where we're putting it on social media and the website, telling people which boards and commissions have openings, kind of people we're looking for, and then making sure we're linking to this new module so that people have an easy way of applying and engaging with the process.
And that's that, unless there are questions.
Any questions of council? Or comment?
Comments?
I'm just so grateful that you're doing this. As somebody who's gone through the application process, this is going to make it so much better for the applicant, as well as for the city.
Yeah, we're excited about it. Thank you.
Through the chair. Thank you. I know you've put a lot of time and effort into this. We've been working on this actually for a couple of years, even as far back as when April was here. We were having conversations about how to improve this process. Something like this complex doesn't just happen overnight. And I know that once we started using the Granicus system, you really saw that opportunity to be able to create this new process. So I just want to thank you for all the hard work and look forward to this getting rolled out.
And anybody else?
Through the chair, I'll just let you know that I actually had a conversation with a Berkeley council member a couple of weeks ago. They're looking to improve their system as well. And so after we go through this process, if we really enjoy this module and think it works, I'd encourage you to maybe reach out to their clerk and recommend it.
Thank you.
And finally, I have a question and a comment. Will the current individuals who've applied be part of the soft launch? So so that we're not starting from scratch and zero, and that the folks who currently are in waiting are not going to be left off from the new system.
Absolutely.
Okay, with that in mind, I did want to announce that I have decided to hold off on appointments until this new process is in place, so that we make sure that everybody is included in this new way forward, and that we don't inadvertently drop off anybody from this. And since I've taken the seat of the mayor, I didn't realize how many emails were coming to the mayor for the appointment process until I actually started receiving them, and getting just bombarded with emails from all sorts of angles. And so I appreciate this new approach as well, and I concur with Councilman Polika. We've been trying to improve boards and commissions and the experience for all of our residents who were applying, and being more clear and transparent about how the whole process works. And I just appreciate Councilwoman James and Mikulski for staying on top of this and giving their insights and perceptions and their experiences to make the system even better. So I look forward to this, and stay tuned. I'm hoping that we can resume the appointment process in March and not at the end, so as part of the soft launch. So I will work closely with you.
Thank you.
So thank you. And finally, on the presentations, for 4F is the update presentations on the Cobalt Community Survey.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening, Kyle.
So I'm just going to run through a quick update because we have found that there's been some questions in the community on what this survey is, and I wanted to just kind of briefly recap what it is, where it comes from, what we're hoping to get out of it, and then the timeline and where people can participate. So a little background on Cobalt. They are a Michigan company, 501c3 nonprofit, and they specialize in doing municipal community surveys. They have done a survey in Ferndale previously. They did one in 2009, and they are known for providing high-quality metrics and really, I think, designing their presentation in a way that's easy to understand and also appealing to look at. It's not just a data sheet. And so we decided to recommend a Cobalt survey to Council last year because we really wanted to obtain a robust pulse on what the community is. And we went through Cobalt because they use their own regulatory system to ensure privacy of the information of those that they contact. So instead of us doing it and knowing who's responding, having the third party do it means that we don't know. We just see the results, and we try to get a good understanding of who's in the city and kind of what their views are. And so we did this so that it was out ahead of the census, which will be coming, as Commissioner Zach said, probably in April. This should be concluded by March. So just a little bit on sort of what we're asking in the survey. We have some questions about budget, about programming, about communication preferences. How would you like the city to contact you? We also ordered community metric reports, which really digs into demographics in the community to an extent that you don't actually see in the census. So for example, there's a module that looks at, I don't know how to say it because I'm not part of the CD department, but basically what our business community looks like and where our strengths are, where our weaknesses are. This is really important because there's a lot of discussion in the community often about what makeup of businesses we have, and so this will really help us to quantify, to say, look, this is our makeup, here's where we need to improve, here's kind of what's on the table and what we want to do. So the way that the survey is going to be distributed is through mail, which will include a phone and text reminder to complete it, and then an online survey link as well. So as I said, this survey has already gone out to the community. The first wave landed in mailboxes on January 30th, and that wave is due on February 15th. Thank you. The second wave will go out on February 27th and will be due, I have this, hold on a moment. Due on March 12th. I'm sorry. And then the online survey is running along with that. So what you may have already gotten, some residents may have already received the survey. So this is what it would look like. There's a cover letter, and then it gets into the survey questions. And it's not very long. If you really whiz through it, they say you can do it in 10 minutes, but I know I like to spend a lot of time thinking about the various questions, and when you have to rank something on a scale from low to high, it takes me a long time and sometimes causes a crisis of scoring, and then I want to go back through. So fast, 10 minutes, long, as long as you'd like, as long as you turn it on time. Each survey comes with postage paid envelopes, so you can just complete it, place that in the envelope, send it back to the address listed for Cobalt. And then the online portion is something that if you weren't one of the ones that randomly got the survey, you could go on to cobaltcommunityresearch.org/Ferndale and participate in the survey. So this is what that would look like. And then what you would do is hit Begin Now, and then it will ask you for your study ID. For the purposes of what Cobalt uses it for, you're just going to want to put in Ferndale. And then you'll go through the survey, and you'll be able to complete it all online. Now, the nice thing about doing the online portion is that the due date is actually later than the paper. And I think you have until March 16th to complete the online survey, just because it's a lot easier for them to do the data entry on the online. It doesn't take any manual processes, so you get a little bit of extra time. So once all of the surveys are returned, we are going to have a presentation at the end of March that basically goes through everything they collected. And I think it's the city manager's objective and my objective to walk through the results and kind of paint a picture of what this means for Ferndale, kind of where we're at compared to where we might have thought that we were at. And then we'll give that to council for your use as we get close to the end of the budget cycle in case there's any implications on the direction of the city that you might want to take. So that's the brief update. And I know there was some questions in the community. I appreciate Kara, who's helping me out to answer some of the questions. Is there anything from council that I can clarify?
Through the chair, just a quick clarification question. So there's 2 waves of print surveys from what I understand. Now, if a person gets the first wave survey and doesn't meet the February 15th deadline for the first wave, will their survey still count as long as it makes it by March 12th, I think, March 10th is the wave 2 due date for the print surveys?
I hadn't asked that specific question, but we would, I can direct Cobalt to accept that survey until the close, unless they give me back a specific reason why.
I'm sorry, sir, we're not at that time right now.
I wasn't sure what the surveys were about.
I'm sorry, sir. I hear you, but he'll... Sir, we'll ask you to come up at the end when if we have... Okay, we can come up after Kyle is finished. Thank you. Keep going.
So yeah, what we can do is make sure that those surveys are accepted. If there's some statistical reason why they can't do that, I can let council know what that is and why we can't accept them.
Are there any questions of council?
I think I have a question. So the 1,500 that were supposed to be sent out, is that the right number for mailers?
Correct.
Do they have an idea of how much we're expecting back out of that 1,500?
Yeah, so there's actually in the contract a bare minimum that we are guaranteed to receive back. Off the top of my head, I don't remember what that is. I think it's something like a bare minimum of 5%. But with the online questions being put out there, and we've put it on social media, we're hoping to go past that so that we can have a good result. And actually, as of this morning, we had 274 online responses. And as more people become aware of it, hopefully we can boost those numbers up with Ferndale residents who want to be engaged in the process.
I mean, what's the goal sample size that we're looking for? I mean, 1,500 is 7.5% of the 20,000 residents that we have in the city. Do we have a goal number that we're trying to shoot for?
Cobalt likely does. I don't know it off the top of my head, but the methodology is their own, so I would trust the survey.
And does their methodology include certain populations in quadrants? So distribution throughout the city rather than just a random sampling?
It's a random sampling, and actually we were offered the ability to do quadrants, but the problem is if you have one quadrant that responds and another that doesn't, that skews the whole results, because then we would be focused on only one part of the city as opposed to the city as a whole. So we could have done that, but we would have even fewer people to survey, so it would make it more difficult statistically to get a strong response.
Technically, one portion of the city could be responding anyway, and we just wouldn't know.
It's possible.
All right, thank you, Kyle, for that. And sir, your question is important to us. If you can come up to the microphone and ask your questions, please, versus shouting from the back of the room. We ask all residents to come up to the podium.
Sure. So there's just a survey. Sorry, I'm interested in science myself. I've been doing a lot of independent research on cause and effect, relationships, have studied different religions, karma, different patterns of how our actions affect one another, and want to ensure safety in the community for myself and others. Buddhism, Hinduism, even early Christianity all believed in the idea of karma, and we know that there's some type of cause and effect relationship between all of our actions. Anyway, you mentioned a survey. Considering everything, I don't know, I guess I wanted to make a point that earlier today I was hearing a voice in my head, and it was my father, Bill Marsh. And with Wicca, it's possible. We know now that you can transfer thoughts to people and communicate, through mental telepathy. Supposedly through LSD, they discovered this because of its connection to religion and science, which we know for fact. So anyway, just not making progress in that area. Heard Bill Marsh, heard this guy, Bashar, up at...
I'm sorry, sir, but what is your question? Can you get to your question?
Well, considering, I'm not being unreasonable, considering everything, correct?
I'm not sure what your...
This survey, I assume that's what you're talking about. When you talk about the survey.
This is a perception survey that's going out to all the residents about how they feel about...
Perception effects.
Well, we can get you a copy of the survey to take a look at, and then we can...
Perception of what?
It's a perception of a lot of things in the downtown. It's a research in the community, about safety, about the business community, about the police, city service. It's how they preserve their city services and how the government is functioning. And so sort of like, is your customer service of your city is good. What we can do is get you a copy of the survey, and then you can take a look at it. And if you have any more questions, I'm going to direct you to our assistant city manager to answer that, okay?
Yeah, also I called the city manager, he did not call back up, called the Ferndale detective, his name is Brendan, a bunch of times.
Well, we'll have you come back up at the call up.
He did not call me back.
Yeah.
So anyway, I've had some issues with city council and the police department, getting records that I requested and having a detective call back, so I want to resolve these things as urgently.
Well, our the chief is in the room, and he can direct to you and talk to you.
That's not Chief Palazzolo.
It is Chief Palazzolo. So,
okay.
But thank you. We're going to move on to the agenda now.
All right.
But I appreciate your question about the survey. Thank you.
All right.
Next is the call to audience, and we're going to hold this to a half hour. And we ask the call to audience or the residents to keep their comments to 3 minutes. And if anybody would like to come up and...
Your Honor, and just for clarity, it would be a half hour at this point, and if there's additional comments that go beyond a half hour,
yes, thank you.
That would be continued at later on in the agenda.
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening.
Hello, I'm Sharon Chess, and I'm president of the Ferndale Community Concert Band, and we have a concert coming up on Sunday, February 16th at 3 o'clock at the Ferndale High School. It's free. We're going to have great music. We have some gospel music, a little bit of Duke Ellington, just a whole array of different music, and it's called Music of the People. So please come, 3 o'clock. Ferndale High School Auditorium. It's free, and we have a bake sale immediately following. So, thank you.
Good evening. Hello.
Hi, Leah DC. I'm here tonight on behalf of Citizens for a Fair Ferndale. I just wanted to share with the community our call for nominations for the Good Neighbor Awards. They've been out for a couple of weeks now, I think, and shared pretty widely on Facebook. But I just want to make sure that people had an opportunity and knew that the nominations will close this Friday on February 14th. You can nominate individuals, organized groups, businesses, anybody who makes Ferndale anybody you feel that makes Ferndale a community that values the fair and equal treatment of everybody can be nominated for this. And I know that council is familiar because I know several of you up there are past honorees, as is our former mayor, Bob Porter, who we recognize tonight. He was honored in 2008. So anybody honored with this award is in good company. And I have a few flyers I can leave at the back if that's allowable. Otherwise, you can just go to fairferndale.org to find the nomination form, complete it before Friday, and then save the date for April 21st, which is going to be the award ceremony. And if you've never been before, I highly recommend it. It's a really fun night, and you're going to feel good when you're there. And you're probably going to find out about things that you had no idea were going on in the community. So, thanks.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Sven Gustafson. I live at 377 Fielding. I know some of you from my work, but I'm here tonight as a resident. I live on the first block of Fielding off of Woodward, which, if I believe I'm correct in saying that it's the only block in Ferndale where you can make a direct left turn onto Woodward. That's what I'm here to talk about, because while I personally like that feature, I'm not a huge fan of having to do Michigan lefts. I find them kind of a hassle. It has created some problems that are, in my opinion, negatively affecting safety and the quality of life in our neighborhood. So I'm going to go through each sort of problem as I'm seeing them. First of all, it's encouraging people to speed on our block. I live on the end of Fielding that is nearest to Edgewood, which is a cut-through street that goes down to 8 Mile. So what you get are people that are coming in off of 8 Mile, and probably the 3 blocks in Ferndale south of us as well, because it's the easiest way to get going north on Ferndale. They come around the corner on Edgewood, they see the green light way down at the end of the block. It's a long block. They're not going to make the green light, but they think they're going to, and they floor it down the block. This has been going on for a long time. I've been in the neighborhood for almost 15 years. It was really hammered home on Super Bowl Sunday. We had, I believe it was a truck, from what I understand, came barreling down the block, just completely plowed into a parked car, drove it 2 wheels up onto the curb, smashed the car that it was parked in front of. I believe the car was totaled, like it looked like it was totaled, looked like the axle was broken, and it was a hit and run. The guy took off. All I know, they never found him. I've got kids. I've got 2 young kids. There are other children on the block. You know, I know that the parents there, none of them are here tonight, but I know that they share my concerns about this issue. I've also noticed, by way of suggested remedies, I've noticed that several blocks in Ferndale and other neighborhoods have started putting in speed bumps, presumably to try to discourage speeding. I would be absolutely supportive of something like that there. I'm open to other ideas like increased police presence, maybe even signs, just drive slow, children in the neighborhood, whatever. One of the other problem, another problem that the cut-through creates is when you're actually in your car and you're trying to go left onto Woodward, particularly during the evening rush hour. There's no timing between traffic lights, so when you get a green light, time to go through the cut-through, northbound rush hour traffic is going full steam. There is no direction whatsoever. Nobody has any signs saying yield to traffic or beware of traffic entering from the left. You really take, your chances trying to merge into traffic. And I've had many instances where people are flipping me the bird and everything because I tried to merge into traffic in front of them. I mean, it's hectic. It's scary. So Woodward, I know, is a state trunk line. MDOT controls it. You're our, pass-through to the state. But, I feel like it's a dangerous situation there, and we need some kind of relief. I don't know if it's, like a traffic light, better syncing, or actually like a traffic light for the northbound Woodward traffic. I don't know. The other thing is I think that it's just sort of created a dangerous condition just overall in the city. There's a guy down the end of my block who lost his wife many years ago. She was going out into the intersection, about to go through the turn or the cut-through, and was T-boned by an elderly couple, or an elderly driver or whatever, was killed. I met a neighbor who lives around the corner from me on Edgewood this fall, who also told me about getting T-boned in the same intersection. 2-3 weeks ago, I was coming up to the light. It was green, so I was about to go through, slammed on the brakes at the last minute because I noticed a car coming through. I looked up. It's a Detroit police car without, just driving, just blowing the light. Like, didn't have lights going or anything. Did not appear to be an emergency situation. So, I love what Ferndale has done to try to encourage foot traffic, bicycling, safety, and everything. I'm well aware that we're the only city, I think, on the whole Woodward corridor that restricts speeds, except for part of Detroit, that restricts speeds to 35 miles an hour, but we still need some more help. So.
I really appreciate you coming in tonight and your comments, and I'm going to actually direct you to talk to Jordan, our Director of Community Economic Development. Justin, our planning manager, isn't here tonight to take your information, and thank you for sharing that. We are working with MDOT to address a lot of the unsafe features of the corridor, and that is a longer-term project, but we can work, the city can work with you on these other suggestions that you've brought up tonight. So thank you for coming and bringing that to our attention on Fielding. Good evening, Mike. Welcome.
Yes, buenas noches. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and the City of Ferndale. My name is Augusto Mike Flores on Whittington Street. I want to start off by thanking all of you for your commitment to transparency and communication by continuing to publish the agenda packet prior to council meetings. I was a bit surprised this week with this week's agenda, that it was the fact that it was published one day later than historically published, but relieved that it was published prior to the weekend, allowing residents time to digest the agenda packet. I must confess, I am that person that has a calendar reminder to download the agenda packet on the Thursday prior to city council meetings. At this time, I won't go into the details of what I read, but I would like to share an idea to improve, or on how to improve, how the agenda is presented. As you can imagine, reading through a 300 to 500 page packet may be too time-consuming for some people. Many, myself included, rely on the agenda as an executive summary to get a sense of what the city will be reviewing, debating, and or approving at the next council meeting. This allows me, at least, to determine if I want to read the details immediately or later that weekend. On Friday, I reviewed the agenda packet for tonight's meeting. At first glance, the agenda items seemed like regular city business. Later that day, I reviewed the packet. I soon realized the agenda wasn't just regular city business. To summarize, I realized there were 3 regular agenda items requesting a total sum of $2.3 million. I personally felt misled by the agenda, and I was extremely upset. I reached out to my Ferndale network, and they too shared a similar sentiment. If I almost missed these important details, how many others would as well, and not realize on what council would be voting on tonight. I felt compelled to actively share the agenda on several communication platforms. Now that I have shared the why, here's my simple recommendation. If an agenda item is requesting funding, then it should clearly be identified on the agenda. For example, if there's an agenda item related to a city construction project for an addenda of $2 million, then the agenda should clearly state the amount being requested. Not doing so may be perceived as misleading. I strongly believe this simple tweak will go a long way in supporting your commitment to transparency and improved communication. Mayor, I believe you have the ultimate yay or nay on the agenda. I personally know you're committed to improved transparency and communication. I look forward to reviewing the next agenda packet, hopefully on Thursday, February 20th, with an improved, clear, and more transparent agenda. Thank you.
Thank you for your idea. And anybody else for a call to audience? Excellent. Next, we are moving to the public hearing, which is the consideration of conditional rezoning of 549 East Marshall from R1 Single Family Residential to Mixed Use 1 as submitted by the Sustainability Planner. Welcome to the podium, Erin, and happy
Good
birthday.
evening. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Erin Quattel. I'm the Environmental Sustainability Planner for the city. And this evening I'm presenting part of the public hearing request for the conditional rezoning of 549 East Marshall for consideration to be conditionally rezoned from R1, which is the current zoning, to Mixed Use 1, Mixed Use, which Mayor has introduced it as. And just a little bit of a quick background of what a conditional rezoning is. It's based on an application for a project. So typically a property owner or a developer will then have a case for a conditional rezoning based on the type of uses. A lot of times it's to conform to what maybe is already existing there, or for a project that'll be a better fit for a particular zoning, and the zoning should reflect that. There are specific conditions that must be met in a specific agreement at the end of that is recommended by approval by Planning Commission and for City Council to have the final approval. This particular project was on the January 15th Planning Commission meeting, and it was unanimously passed for a recommendation for approval in front of City Council. The applicant actually is here tonight, so if you have any questions, you can feel free to ask them as well, but I'm going to give you a brief overview of everything. Let's see, what else do I have for you? So the current building is a formal church, and is now, the proposal is to turn into a mixed-use development with 3 residential units on the upper level and then office space on the first level. Let's see, what else? The the space also includes the parking for both the current operations at Waterwork Plumbing, if you're familiar with that is just adjacent to the property, as well as the associated church parking lot that is adjacent to the building. The total number of parking spaces is 29 spaces. The requirement for this particular development would be 22 spaces, so they actually have a little bit of an excess of parking for this. Specific conditions as part of the agreement for this conditional rezoning are as follows. The developer agrees to restrict the use of the property to the following MXD1, which is mixed use, residential for multifamily dwellings as defined as a building designed for and occupied by 3 or more families in separate units living independently of one another. Service, retail, and office, including office buildings and shops of building trades, caterers, blueprinters, and similar services. Additionally, the developer agrees to have at least 3 residential units as part of that. And there's 2 more conditions that were part of that agreement. If the existing building on the property is raised, the property shall automatically revert back to the R1 residential single and 2 family zoning. And then the final one is additionally, the developer agrees to not increase the building by more than 5% of the current gross area, which is currently 6,555 square feet, And if a larger addition is proposed, the property shall revert back to R1. So it's a protection in place so that the condition is that it will be only used for a specific type of use, and if anything would to violate that, it reverts back to your original underlying zoning, which is R1 residential. And with that, I'll take questions.
I don't have questions at this time, but I can open the public hearing.
Sure.
I'm going to open the public hearing at 8:30, and public hearing is open, and if there's any questions from the audience, please come up to the. If it's on the question of this public hearing I'm sorry, we really appreciate you come to the microphone versus shouting from the back of the room. Can you please come up to the microphone, please, and make your comment?
Yes. So I'm trying to make sense of my email. Like I said, my email got broken into a while back ago, caused this cause and effect pattern relationship to occur, and I've been trying to figure out what it means. What it means to me. It has personal. Just being at a city council meeting and having a civil discussion means something to me. But anyway, there's a book that I found when I was out west. It's called Psyche and Cosmos. It's about the connection between our consciousness and the universe. Yeah, I don't know. Supposedly they've discovered planets, really far out. We can know with more precision, astronomy, astrology, how things line up and how it affects our consciousness. But that was never a religion, really. That was always kind of hocus pocus stuff.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir, but this
So
do you have a question about this property?
My point is, I'm trying to make sense of this phenomenon, and that's what it means to me. These synchronicities can show up in space and time. Where I've already mentioned this. I want assurance that when I'm moving forward, I'm going to have safety. We can see into the future now, and I'm positive I've been moved around in time, and I want assurance. There's such a thing as prophecies. There's reasons why there's 2,000-year-old religions, and Christianity is not the only one. So I just want assurance that I'm going to be safe moving forward.
Well, I appreciate your question, but unfortunately, it's an inappropriate question for the top. It's for this topic. We have a public hearing on our
When?
right now on a conditional rezoning.
Conditional rezoning.
This is our agenda item that we're talking about right now. So I'm going to ask you to take a step back, and we can talk about this after the council meeting.
Well,
because
we'll
it's not a
talk
pertinent
face-to-face.
question to the public hearing.
I'm sorry, you're the mayor.
I am, and we
I
just.
didn't vote for you, but I will talk to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
We can talk
I'm
after.
sorry, I forgot your name, ma'am.
I'm Mayor Melanie Piana.
Yes, Melody Piana.
So,
Thank you for talking to me about that. I appreciate
okay,
that. I'll wait
thank
for
you.
Yeah.
If there's no comment from the public, additional comment from the public, I'm going to close the public hearing and invite the property owner, business owner up to answer any questions that City Council may have.
Both of you can come up.
Hello, everyone. My name is David Grayland. I'm a business owner here in Ferndale, Waterwork Plumbing. I'm also a resident at 441 Wordsworth, also in that same neighborhood. I appreciate you letting me speak about something that's very important to me. There's been a lot of changes in the little area that on the corner of Hazelhurst and Hilton, and it started with a small building back in 2012, and it's just grown from there. So there's the building that it all looks like it's one building, but there's another building, and then we bought the parking lot from the city and built that. And the church, I've had a relationship with the church for some time. There's still going to be a church until August, but they had a desire to move. A lot of their congregation lives in Shelby Township area, so they're looking for a spot out that way. And so for me, it just made sense. It's a continuation of a spot that we already have. And we just want to be good neighbors, so that's, for the rezoning part, just a 6,000 square foot house is just, I'm sure, very nice, but, it just doesn't seem all that practical. So we, at Waterwork, we've been growing a little bit, and it would be nice if we could have a little more office space. and then, with the rest of the building, the 3 other residential units. So it's kind of cool to see it all come together, and we've drawn the plans and whatnot, just kind of see it coming together. So I'm just happy to be here. We went through the planning commission, and so we're here now. So it's all happening very fast. And thank you.
Thank you very much for being here tonight. Are there any questions from council? I'm sorry. We don't allow people to shout from the back of the room at our meetings. I'm going to ask you to refrain from your questions until after we are done with this applicant, okay? Thank you very much. Please, are there any questions from council?
No, I feel compelled to disclose that the architect of the project is my next door neighbor. Not that has any impact of the decision, but it seems appropriate to let people know.
I've heard from residents around the area, and they're just very pleased that this church looks vacant and underinvested, and so they're very pleased about the design of the redesign of the church, and are looking forward to having a productive, neighbor down the street from them.
Yes, and what's nice about the design is, and you've all seen, on Marshall, the residents will have, we'll use the front door, so it'll be very much, after we spruce it up, and it's going to look nicer for the neighborhood, but then the mixed-use part is there's another door that's off of the parking lot, so the residents aren't going to be affected, of the neighborhood aren't going to be affected by the comings and goings of any office that'll be in the back, because that'll be contained there. And then originally, for waterwork, the church came with that parking lot. So now we can really guarantee that our employees are not parking on the street and taking up, spots that are needed there. So it just worked out really well.
I do have a comment. I appreciate your, thinking about the safety of the community and your workers as far as the parking. That's really important, and something that's touchy in this community. Also, I just want to congratulate you because expanding your business means business is going well. So I appreciate, your contributions to the city, and for your wanting to utilize a space and make it a mixed-use space.
Thank you.
Really
Without the city of Ferndale, I wouldn't be in this position. So in 2012, I remember just going through all that with Derek Delacourt helping me get the spot, and it's just been great. This is just a great community to live in and do business in. So thank you.
I do have a quick question through the chair. I just remembered that when I looked at the packet earlier, this might be more a question for you, Aaron. It looks like one of the attachments is basically there twice. If I'm seeing it correctly, the revised drawings. I just wanted to make sure that was just that there wasn't something missing that was replaced by
It was
that being
probably
there
just
twice.
an error on my part, honestly.
Okay.
I apologize for that.
So there wasn't anything missing that was supposed to be there in its place?
No, just the site plan and then the agreement. And
Thank you.
Yep.
If there's no more questions from council, entertain a motion, please. I'm sorry, if your question is not pertinent to what we are talking about.
It is pertinent. I just spoke to Sergeant Pelzo about it.
He's waving you back, so are you waving him back?
Well, I heard that there's not, I heard that there are refund rules for torture, obviously. Torture is against the law. United Nations.
I'm sorry, that question is not pertinent to the topic that we're talking about.
I've been tortured and more. There's got to be limits on it, obviously. You can't just torture somebody severely.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have you go to the, I'm sorry, that's not an appropriate conversation for what we're having right now.
There's a word. My neighbor said.
We agreed that you would talk to me after the meeting. We agreed after the meeting that you would be talking about this with me, so not on this topic. So I'm going to ask you to step back.
There's a war going on that's not acknowledged.
I'm going to ask you to step back and refrain from talking about this topic. Stay on topic for the agenda, please. Thank you.
May I entertain a motion?
Oh, go ahead.
I move that we consider the conditional rezoning of 549 East Marshall from R1 Single Family Residential to Mixed 1 use as submitted by the Sustainability Planner.
If I may interject, I believe that's actually approve, not consider, but approve.
Approve, okay.
I second.
With amendment, thank you. Yes, that is correct. Consideration, yes. We haven't decided.
Yeah, there's been a second.
Has there been a second?
Yeah, I'm second.
All right.
Any
Roll
question,
call,
any
please.
further discussion? Any further discussion?
Excellent.
Councilmember Mikulski? Yes. Councilmember Polika?
Yes.
Councilmember James?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May?
Yes.
And Mayor Piana?
Yes. Congratulations. And we look forward to seeing the development as it goes. And thank you very much for investing in Ferndale. All right, we are now to the consent agenda, and I am going to read the items off for council approval. Consent agenda 7A, approval of minutes of regular council meeting held January 27th, 2020, as submitted by the city clerk. 7C, I guess it's 7B, approval to extend contract with HydroCorp Incorporated for the Commercial Cross Connection Control Program in the amount annually of $21,912 to be charged to the Water Fund Contractual Services account number as listed and submitted by the DPW Department Director. 7D, approval of the annual Smart Specialized Services third-party contract for fiscal year 2020 in the amount of $18,678 charged to account number as listed, and an authorization of the mayor of city manager to sign the contract as submitted by Parks and the Recreation Director. 7E, approval of payment to Nationwide Lifts of Michigan, the amount of $2,563 for elevator repairs at City Hall, charged to General Fund Public Services Facilities Maintenance, and to the account number as submitted by the DPW Deputy Director. 7F, approval of tuition coverage for Lieutenant Borowsek to attend Eastern Michigan University Fire Staff and Command Program for year 2020, charged to training in the amount of $3,250 from the appropriate account number as submitted by the Fire Chief. 7G, approval of a payment to Speed Tech Equipment for emergency compact motor replacement in the amount of $3,181.18 to be charged to the Sanitation Fund Repair and Maintenance account number as listed, as submitted by DPW Deputy Director. And 7I, approval of the purchase of Blue Card Command Classroom and Practical Training for 13 members of the Fire Department and the amount of $8,507.50 to be charged to training account number as listed, as submitted by the Fire Chief. And finally, 7J, approval of the bills and payrolls as submitted by the city's manager's office and subject to review by the Council Finance Committee. What is the pleasure of council?
I would move to approve the items on the consent agenda.
Support.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Polika?
Yes.
Councilmember James?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May?
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski? Yes. And Mayor Piana?
Yes. Consent agenda passes. Moving on to the regular agenda in item 8A, which is consideration of the online records management bid award to Jobs Technology Services. And introducing this is Assistant City Manager Kyle Plett.
Hello again, Council. So let me walk you through this. Here's kind of what I'm going to be discussing, but just to start off, as you all know, I was the project lead for this year's capital improvement process, and so I was really excited to see that the online records management conversion was actually a CIP from the 2017-2021 CIP. So just so you know, this is something that is a long time coming in the city, and we're excited to bring to you what we think is a competitive bid for this process. So online record management is essentially, as you know, converting all of our paper documents to a system that is digital and will support the functions of the city in a more modern fashion. And I'll get a little bit more into that. So here's basically the bid process for how this went. The distribution went on in October, and we went through the various bids until we got to the beginning of the year, which we spent negotiating the contract with Jobs, and that's what's before you today in the packet. So after we put the request for proposal out in October, we did receive 5 proposals from qualified candidates. 3 of those were from Michigan companies. One of them was a proprietary system, which we decided we weren't interested in for various reasons, mainly because when you have a small system and you have such important data as we're putting on, it raises some concerns about if something were to happen to that company, the access that we would have to that data. So the other 4, we went through a presentation process where we brought each of them in, met with them, had them demonstrate their ORM system, and then asked pertinent questions to try to narrow down who we thought would be the best fit for Ferndale. 2 of the 4 that we interviewed were Laserfiche solutions, which is what Jobs is offering. In the RFP, as you'll see listed here, we really were focusing on not only modernizing Ferndale's system for records keeping, but also to improve access for the general community and public everywhere to be able to not only pull documents, but to be able to find them in a quick manner, as opposed to having to call and have to request documents, and then as well for another reason, which I'll touch on here. So here are the benefits. First of all, transparency. We really want to build a system that's accessible by the public anytime, anywhere. And the way we're going to do this is by integrating a searchable public portal into the city website. That's an offering by Laserfiche, which Jobs walked us through and explained how we would be able to provide that option for the city. Another important part of this is to reduce physical storage in city buildings. Obviously, a big part of that is to prevent record damage. So as I'm sure all of you know, in 2014, the big flood that we had, there were many records in the basement of City Hall that were hit by water. I think a lot of those are salvageable. They've been placed off-site to prevent any further damage, but we want to get those out of paper format so that they don't have any further damage. Number 3 is to improve our FOIA response. So as it currently stands, the clerk is our FOIA coordinator, and when we get a request for documents, because they're in physical form, they could be any number of locations where we store them. If it's a DPW document, it may be over in the DPW yard. If it's an HR document, it's housed in City Hall. If it's a legacy document, there's a good chance that it's stored in our off-site secure storage location. So we want to eliminate that search time. And I think, Marnie, if you can help me out here, you said you spend about 10 hours a week doing FOIA searches?
I would say conservatively, yes.
Okay. So imagine if these records were just on the portal so that people can either search for them themselves, or if they are having trouble finding it, they can put a FOIA request in, and our clerk can save a lot of time and staff time and cost just pulling those documents up, because we've gone with the company that worked with us to file those documents in a way that are not only searchable, but are organized in a modern, orderly fashion. And then 4th, which is actually really timely, I couldn't make a better point of this if I tried, for Ferndale history preservation. So some of these documents, my understanding, go back to 1920. Maybe later, but that's the one number that I had heard. And so we're talking 100 years of agendas, minutes, documents, contracts. And as we heard with the Purple Heart, which will never have anything of that esteem, but having these documents available and easily findable is a big deal, and especially if it's something important to a resident of the city. We want to make sure that we know where they're at, we can account for them, and we can provide them to citizens. So we are recommending to award the bid for online records management to Jobs Technology Solutions, who is a Laserfiche vendor. And with us tonight, we have the president of the company, Bill Jobs, and we also have Sean Fitzgerald, who's the director of implementation, and who has already been working with us a whole lot on negotiating the scope of work and kind of fitting the city's needs, answering questions that we didn't know to ask, because this is not our area of expertise. So I would like to invite them up to introduce themselves.
May I?
Maybe.
Before the gentlemen speak, may I ask something of you through the chair regarding this? So as far as the documents being easily accessible, will there still be a fee for the FOIA charges? And are the other documents that individuals may wish to pull up, will they be of no charge, or is it something that the residents can just pull up? How are we doing about that?
Well, Marnie may be able to answer this better, but my understanding is that we only charge if it's an excessive search process. Is that correct?
Yes, we very rarely charge for FOIAs. We feel that it's public information, and maybe the issue with finding it is not the fault of the requester. So we do spend a lot of time looking for things that, just based on how many places things are, but we don't pass that along to the people that we're searching for if it's a routine request. If there's something that's very time consuming or requires a lot of legal background or something, that's where we start charging for FOIAs, but we try to make it as available as possible.
So I think the answer would be yes, it would reduce the times that we have to charge that fee. So if you guys will just tell us a little bit about it.
My name is Bill Jobs. I'm the president of Jobs Technology Solutions. Thank you so much for having us this evening. When we met your team a few months ago, I was excited to be here and just really convey that we're more than just a vendor. We really look to be a partner to whomever we work with. As Kyle pointed out earlier, we don't want you to make mistakes. We help guide you in the decisions that you make. And so we're not here to just install a piece of software and walk away. And Jobs Technology Solutions, every time I tell the story, I get older, and I said the same thing before. I just turned 49. I've been in the technology field. My first package I wrote when I was 15. So I'm very fortunate. We're headquartered in Holly, Michigan, and have some great experience. Laserfiche is a phenomenal tool. We think the city will benefit from having an industry-leading tool in there, and of course having our company, work with the clerk and all the other departments to support transparency and all the other things that Kyle pointed out.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to echo the same sentiment of Bill here, a lot of the things that Ferndale's known for and that you do is forward thinking. So we'd like to continue with that, with the documentation system that we're looking to implement for you. And this will be something that other cities, villages, townships are going to be coming to you and looking for your expertise after this goes live.
So I'll open up for questions, as I finish up here, and hopefully you guys can stick around if there's any clarifications. So I listed a couple other area Laserfiche users, and it really seems like of the software, Laserfiche is an industry leader. The thing that's interesting about it, and I may be getting ahead of my presentation a little bit, is that it is very configurable if you have the right people to help you do so. So part of the scope of work that we're working with Jobs to present to you is to really work with each department individually to make sure that this solution works for them and what they need to do, which in turn will make things easier on residents. Let's see if I preempted myself. No. Okay. So here is the contract cost that is listed in the service agreement in the packet. And I broke it down to just show a couple different items. So the item on the left, the chart on the left, is the timeline. So if approved, we would start working with Jobs on the 17th with the hopes of having the system fully up and operational and everybody trained by July 17th. The majority cost there you'll see is data hosting. And that says NTE 2 terabytes. Now, NTE is not to exceed. We decided to ask for the price of 2 terabytes because it's my understanding the city currently has about 1 terabyte of digital storage that we currently host and absorb those costs of. And so when we transfer over to an ORM system, we would hope to clean that up a little bit. But once we start scanning in legacy documents, we're going to go over the 1, and so we need room to grow. But to start off, I don't believe we would necessarily hit that 64, and that's the way I understand it. Sort of you pay what you use. Below that, you'll see the software licensing for Laserfiche. This is an annual subscription fee. We've requested to have 35 city staff users, and what that means is we'll have 35 people on staff to start who have access to that program and can organize and set things up to make their workflows easier. The public portal is the transparency piece, and what this allows is kind of exactly what it says, public portal. So it's essentially a search function that you can put in whatever you're looking for document-wise, and if those have been tagged for the public, you'd be able to access them. The only thing that wouldn't be tagged for public would be confidential information. So for example, like human resources information, stuff that's not available to those who it doesn't entail. So for example, my health insurance information would not be publicly searchable, but it would potentially be stored in Laserfiche in the city so that Dan can easily pull that up and not have to dig through a million file folders. And then the city software integration. So what that is, we currently use BS&A for our financial work that Cheryl does, as well as the BS&A building module, which allows the building department to accept applications, I believe, for building permits and the like, and also for people to look up building documents. So what that would do would make Laserfiche work with BS&A so that it's stored in Laserfiche with everything else as the main repository, and then we can pull it into BS&A as needed. We also are looking at integrating Granicus, our agenda software, so that Marnie doesn't have to duplicate work and post the agenda one place and then save it another, and all the other places she needs to have it. Hopefully it's a one-click solution, which again will save staff time. And then at the bottom, you see professional services, and that's the implementation cost to get this set up and everybody trained, including Job's sitting with the departments and working out what their needs are. And I will note, of the bids that we received, Job's hourly rate for professional services was the best that we received. So once you put them in competition with the same amount of hours of work proposed, they actually were the most affordable choice of bids. So that will take care of our first year of service with Jobs and Laserfiche if approved. Going forward, you see the two reoccurring charges that would be an annual fee, one for the data hosting, which is actually billed monthly, and then 2 for the software licensing through Laserfiche. Now, I will point out that we worked with the city attorney to make sure that not only the data is the city's and remains the city's no matter who we're working with, but also if we decided to cut ties with Laserfiche, we would also retain all of our records and nobody would own that except for us. So that works out to an annual cost of about $100,000 for our city records management services. But again, with the caveat that the $64,000 is a not to exceed 2 terabytes, so that will be a little bit less than that.
Through the chair. I'm
No,
sorry.
please.
Okay. Now, regarding the fees, can we go back to that
Yes.
screen? So I'm looking at so I see the implementation, the startup, and then I'm seeing the annual costs. But in the startup, does that include, or does somewhere in that entail, like training for the city staff, as well as how would we advise the residents as to how to use this?
Yes, so the professional services includes the training of the city staff And the first person to be trained will actually be the clerk. And I think the first, actually before city staff is fully trained up, I think the public portal will be explained to Marnie so that she can direct residents. And then once it's live, we'll also make sure to put it out there through communication so people know that this resource exists. But yeah, the training is all included in professional services.
And you mentioned that should we decide not to continue this, that we'd we'd have access to all of our records still. But regarding I guess I just want to know, say we decide not to use this maybe 6 months into the process, how does the contract pertain to that? Should this go through tonight?
I would defer to the city attorney. I think just like any other contract, there is caveats to the statement of work that, it's a contract, so they would have to provide that. And, I mean, Dan can probably respond to severability and that kind of.
Well, through the chair, in the event of a breach, I mean, that would constitute a basis upon which potential termination of the contract could be explored. But there are certain performance standards, and there's a dispute resolution provision within the proposed contract, which the vendor needs to comply with to fulfill its obligation under the agreement.
Going to say through the chair. I'm the chair.
You're the chair.
I had a question about, so is this like a software as a service? I'll get you to it in a minute, thank you. I'm sorry, he's still in his presentation. Is this still like a software as a service?
So, Laserfish is a software product, and it can be installed locally on-premise or in the cloud. We've chosen to install this in the cloud for the city of Ferndale. So yes, you can consider it software as a service. There's a subscription fee that you pay yearly. I'm sorry. And it's supported every year as part of the data application hosting, all of the services included into that yearly.
My question is through the city manager. Who in the city is responsible for managing this contract and overseeing the product delivery into the city? I mean, who is the owner?
This would be an administrative oversight of the city manager's office and the city clerk's office. The city clerk would be the user expert, but ultimately this would fall under the technology provision, which is overseen by the city manager's office. And I would point out that while this is a quasi-software as a service, it does the cloud enables us to actually avoid having to acquire the server, the rack space, the cooling, and then provision all the licensing and take the in-house functionality over actually managing the server and actually managing the software. So I would imagine they're going to be responsible for all patches, all updates, and making sure that all the compliance is up to date in terms of the software performance.
Correct, absolutely.
Through the chair, as old records are digitized through a system like this, is there text recognition built into that so that users can search for key phrases or words within the records?
Yeah, so the term is OCR scanning. Now, I was going to include in the next slide in the timeline that our recommendation does not include utilizing Jobs as a scanning service. I'm actually in the process of obtaining some additional quotes just so that we can make sure we've got the best competitive price in the area. So this will be our digital migration, and then we're going to bring the scanning to you at a later date. And the reason for that is because with all the legacy documents we have, estimates of how many we have is over 1 million documents that need to be scanned. And so this is not a small fee, and we want to make sure that we're being financially responsible and not just going with Jobs because they provided us, with a great price for the rest of the service. Well, let me go to the next slide. So here's the detailed timeline on kind of how this would work if approved. So February 10, we're there right now. If approved, the 17th would be our kickoff meeting with Jobs. As I just mentioned, I'm working on obtaining quotes from I say local or regional, but from a scanning service to make sure that we have not only the quality that Jobs provides, but the proof that we have good prices. And then that would be an OCR scan on documents such as like agendas or minutes. My understanding is you don't need to do the full scan on every kind of document, just ones that you're going to have. You'll be able to search them regardless. But the full scanning is stuff like minutes where you know the name of the resolution or the certain public hearing request, but you're not sure when it happened. You could search for that specific public hearing name and it would pull up that document. So we don't always have to do that, but we would determine what's in the best interest of the city, and that would also save some money on the amount of scanning that we'd have to do. So then the timeline says March 9th, we would do the system infrastructure setup. On the 30th of March, Laserfiche install. On the 20th, staff workflows would be configured, and what that is a great service that Jobs provides to come in and sit down with the department heads one-on-one to determine what works best for their department. And what that could look like is, HR uses one specific form over and over and over again. So that form needs to be readily accessible. I might look at that form every once in a while, but I don't need to see it all the time. Maybe I want to see the agenda, what we're working on, or any other number of documents that are coming through the system that need city manager or assistant city manager approval. And again, sitting down with finance and determining what works best for her system and what the city needs to be doing to meet its financial obligation. And not every bidder offered that service. On May 11th, we are looking to bring over the Granicus integration, so that would make Marnie's life easier. Towards the end of May, we would work to get BSNA and all of our shared drives integrated so that we could formally transfer over to the Laserfiche completely. June 12th would be Marnie's training on the public portal. And then mid-June, we would be looking to launch the public portal. And then July 17th would be the full launch within the city. So, we're putting the whole idea of transparency and making this available to the public before, it's even fully launched in the city, because we figure once Marnie's trained and she understands this system, she can make sure that citizens know how to get to it and how to use it, and we can continue to train our staff, but we're not holding up the public so that every single person in the city is trained. That's the presentation. I'm happy to scroll through or answer any questions.
Well, we do have questions from the public, and invite you to join and ask your questions at this time. Welcome. Good evening, Evelyn.
Good evening.
Okay.
$158,000 for yet another new documentation and records management service, along with an annual licensing fee of $100,000. The contract calls for 2 terabytes of storage for this price, when anyone can purchase an external hard drive with 6 terabytes for $200 at Best Buy. A constant revolving door of documentation services resulting in consistent chaos on the city website is the opposite of transparency and appears to be nefarious in nature. Granicus has scrubbed many meeting agenda packets and videos from the meetings and minutes section, and I do not believe it to be accidental. No, it is not my responsibility to tell you which ones, but April 8th, 2019 is of recent interest and unavailable. Please cease and desist this merry-go-round of records and documentation services, as well as redesigning the website repeatedly. in what seems to be an attempt to confuse and deflect. Staff seems to believe our pockets are bottomless, and council hasn't been capable of saying no to any recommendation by staff for years now. Unless the city staff now control this city, the time to start saying no is now. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come up to the podium. Line up, please.
Alan Silve. Will the documents be destroyed, the hard copies?
That's a great question. I'll direct that to the clerk.
Anything that's legally required to be held in paper will be kept on paper. Everything else after it's scanned and we're sure that it's working.
So you're going to still have the hard copies?
Until we're sure that everything that is working electronically, and then we'll shred them.
Okay. So that means if we wanted a hard copy, original hard copy, we wouldn't be able to get it. It's all going to be done on the cloud, right? That's what I'm assuming? So when I,
Well, anything that's required to have an original hard copy kept on paper will keep.
well, you know, if you ask for a FOIA, you're going to get a copy of whatever documents are there.
Correct.
You know, so that's what I'm talking about, hard copy. I'm just curious if things can be manipulated, you know, like changing words, changing things.
We don't do that, but.
Oh, yeah, well, city has a problem with transparency for a long time. So, okay, and I'm with her about watching our money. So,
Thank you. Good evening, Brian. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Two concerns with this new program. The one small concern with the estimated size for the storage, 2 terabytes. We heard that there was over 1 million records that dating back to 1920. I'm just afraid that that's 2 terabytes for that cost is not going to be enough. So I'd like clarification on what we estimate all of our records to the data size to be. And if it's 2 terabytes and that's what they recommend, then I'd just like to confirm that. Other question was the kind of a more concerning question about the scope of this project. We just heard that this is not the full scope of the project, that we're going to come back and there's a much larger fee. And I think in the best interest of transparency, that just similar to another item agenda on here with the DOT project, that we get these projects that come in for one cost and then it adds another cost and then another cost. And it should all be bundled into one. We did the same thing with some police cars previously as well. I would recommend that council not vote on this item tonight until we know the full cost of this project, the whole scope of work.
Thank you.
Good evening. So I just want to echo what was just said. I think that it's important that from a project management perspective that we truly understand what the full scope of the project is, and then if council decides to divvy it up as appropriate, then we proceed that way. But I think that for transparency purposes and for truly understanding the scope of the project, we need to really understand what the full project is first, and then subdivide it into the individual projects if that's the way that the city wants to proceed with something as major as this. As was just referenced, it seems that we have a little bit of difficulty with project management, and it's not just as simple as just scanning. I mean, when it comes to information technology, implementation of technology, it really does take somebody dedicated from both the vendor side and from the customer side, which in this case would be us, to truly understand the management of how everything is going to be managed. So, Mayor, I think that you have a fair question is who ultimately is responsible for this project? And I don't think I heard a name. I think that we need to understand who's responsible for the project, for the whole project, and then who underneath each of those underneath each of the major scope of the project is responsible for this implementation of Job's element, for the implementation of the scanning element, and then any other subsequent elements that make up the full project. The second concern that I have is it seems that we're purchasing a service and then we're purchasing a software. And this is very reminiscent of the water metering issue that we had a couple months ago. So my question is, what happens if, one, there's something wrong with the software goes under, or two, heaven forbid, that the current vendor goes under or decides to no longer do business with us? What are we going to do? Again, this is very reminiscent of what happened with the water metering issue, and now we find ourselves replacing something that should have lasted a little bit longer. So if we could address those two comments, greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle, can you come back up? And we'll ask Job's Technology as well. Can you talk a little bit about the total cost? You're asking for an investment tonight, and then we would annually approve the ongoing service fee as part of a renewal contract on an annual basis. Is that my understanding?
That's correct. So the total cost is, as you see it, for implementation and for annual service fees. The scanning portion is separate so that we can find cost savings for the city instead of having one quote and going with that. And the reality of it is that, let's say council decides, you know what, we're not going to scan anything. The approval of this will give us a digital records management system, which will include everything that I've already discussed, as far as having an online medium for residents to interact with, find documents on their own. We recently, in preparing for this, went through the types of FOIAs that we receive on an annual basis, and the vast majority of those requests are for emails and documents that are already digital. Our graduate management assistant did that research for us, and she said about 70% of all requests are requests that are already digital. Most of those are looking for building processes, permits, licenses, histories. So those things are already stuff that we can provide digitally, but they're not stored in one digital space.
One of the questions was, is the 2 terabyte storage enough? And is that something we can grow into, or are we expecting to have more terabyte storage like in 5 years from now because we've put more records into the system?
Absolutely. So, and just so we understand, the data hosting cost is not just data hosting. It's the application, it's the security, it's the firewalls, it's all the pieces to go in with hosting the application as the service. The reason that we have the not to exceed the 2 terabyte storage limit starting out is to manage the hosting cost to understand where we are. As Kyle pointed out, although there are 1 million documents, we've already talked in meetings, we know that there may not be 1 million documents that need to be scanned. And so the city is going to take that on to make sure that we do that process correctly and only store the data that we need to store and move across to our side. And I apologize, I didn't take notes on some of the other things.
That's okay.
I can.
We'll jump in.
I love to talk.
We take notes.
I can talk throughout.
And then the other question, well, one of the question was, what happens if the city decides to terminate? What happens to all of our documents in your system?
Oh,
I can start if you like. So we can look at it one of 2 ways. So Laserfish is a international?
Yes.
International document storage company. If they were to go down and we were still partnered with Jobs, we would work with Jobs to find a new vendor. That's highly unlikely, and that's the reason why we went with such a large software provider as opposed to a small, sort of a small business who has a proprietary software, because in that scenario, it could be the unfortunate reality that that business goes under and there's nobody else in the field who understands that software. If something were to happen to Jobs, it's stated very clearly that that data is ours, and what we would do is find a separate Laserfish provider if we decided to continue in the Laserfish format. Because it is an international record storage provider, there are many, many vendors. In fact, one of the other 5 bids that we received was also a Laserfish provider and also a local company. Was that?
Fair enough. Absolutely. The data is yours, and per the contract, we would we would resolve any issues. Laserfish is a large international company. So we're going to their conference tomorrow. 4,000 people will be there.
If I could, through the chair. So regarding the full project costs, and I don't think that's an unreasonable question. I mean, think you mentioned something about the scanning, that we were going to look into that, but it could potentially be an additional cost to the city if we were not the scanners. Is that correct?
Yes. So Jobs did provide us with a quote for scanning. Because we have so many documents, we felt that it was in the best interest of the city to go out and find separate quotes. Each bid provider that came to us gave us a different number for scanning, so it does seem like there is some variety in the community. And so what I'm working on right now is going out and finding those quotes. So yes, the idea is the scanning would be a separate cost, but we'll be able to. The thing of it is that we don't know how many we need to scan quite yet because there's over potentially 1 million documents, and it's kind of absurd to go through all of those documents before you find out who you're going to be working with, so then you have to go through 1 million documents twice. So the idea is to find a scanner and then work with them to determine what needs to be scanned and what format, because they're going to be the field experts and we are not. So there would be an additional cost.
I think what's a little uncomfortable is that with this, we don't know what all the costs are pertaining to this project. And, you know, if we had to go, is there a quote also for additional terabytes? I think we would need to know all of the costs pertaining to this, and knowing that all bases are covered regarding this project before moving forward, but that's just my opinion.
Can I, through the chair, piggyback off of that? How long do you estimate that it'll take to get quotes for the scanning project? And I'll ask my second question after that.
It depends on how thorough council would want me to be. I don't, if needed, you know, you could do a full bid process, but I have one lead that I don't want to, you know, lead who, it's a local company that was part of another bid proposal, and they have a state contract that they allow municipalities to draw off of to get a very, very good price. But we did not want to delay the digital portion of the system because of how important it is to increasing transparency and having these things online so that we can easily get them, just because we have this colossal task of getting 100 years of records sorted through and scanned in. So really, it's two separate things. If you decided to not scan anything at all, we would still need some kind of an online records management system. But we want to make sure that the additional price incurred not only is the best price that we can get, but will be with a company that we feel comfortable, you know, giving those documents to sort through and find out what we need according to our retention schedules.
There's someone else behind you, Sharon. Come on. Which one of you? Oh, okay.
Okay, my question is, the professional services, I'm noticing 506 hours. How did we determine that we were only going to need 506 hours worth of their time? Because it says right there, $58,000 for 506 hours of service. And then how long is the contract going to be? Is it going to be an ongoing renewal contract where we have, you know, it's the $158,000 continually for 5 years, you know, upon renewal? And because this is a constant changing world in technology, I mean, my 13-year-old grandkid won't even need to take driver's ed because you don't have to hold on to the wheel or make turns anymore. So that's how quickly technology is changing to say that we would be committed for a long period of time using this process. So there's a bunch of things that just don't, I think there's more questions like you all have that need to be answered before you do approve this. but I'm real curious as to what 506 hours is and how they came up with that number.
Ben?
Hi, Ben Butoff, 2081 Highland. I just want to echo the sentiments of those who spoke before me. Just, we don't have someone chosen yet for the scanning services. We have been seeing a lot of green lighting projects where we haven't fully thought out all of the components of them, and it kind of bites us in the butt later. So I would prefer to see this voted on later when we do have that scanning service locked down. Additionally, I work at a company that deals in solutions through technology, and I see some of this kind of at work as well. And while their professional services quote is, like they said, it's really good and it was low, their data hosting does seem pretty high for what it is. Additionally, I would like to see if they do go over that 2 terabyte limit, if there's an additional charge as well. Thank you.
Through the chair, if I may, what I'm hearing is council needs more information to make this decision to move this forward. And so I think we'd be more than happy. I think what Kyle referred to was the My Deal pricing, which is a state procurement initiative, which just allows municipalities and other forms of government to buy off pre-approved state low-bid contracts. So at a very minimum, I think we can probably ascertain what that cost is and fill in some of the information gaps for sure. And so if it would be my recommendation based on the dialogue, the council is interested in hearing us table this and bring back with more information to consider that within the next couple meetings. That's just a suggestion through the chair.
What is the,
Well, through the chair, I actually have a question so that if that's going to be the route, I'd like the answers to these questions. So if I may. So within the RFP, we have listed a variety of systems that we're currently using to process and store data. I'm curious to know, well, let me continue on. So within the presentation, you then show benefits of the ORM, and all of those are really soft benefits. What I'd like to see are some hard benefits. I'd like to see what financial costs are we going to eliminate with this new service? Are we going to be cutting out certain storage costs that we're dealing with now? I'd like to know what cost savings we're going to have. Ultimately, I don't think you're going to get $150,000 of savings of what we're doing today, but I don't know if that's $100 or $10,000. So I'd like those questions to be answered.
any other comments from council?
I'd just like to comment. Probably about 15 years ago, I was involved in a project that used this optical character recognition to scan contracts in. It's a huge, huge project, given what you've told us thus far. I assume that cost is going to be immense. I'm assuming if we're not doing it in-house, it's going to be immense. Even in-house, the man hours would be insane. Given some of the costs that I'm seeing here, and this might be a question to you, Bill. With the professional services, what sort of professional services are we getting?
Sure, it's the management of the project, it's the implementation, it's the installation of the multiple environments in the cloud, it's the management of the software and support of the software, it's the building of the workflows, it's building of the different departments, it's building of all the interfaces of Granicus, BSNA, it's building in all the digital conversions that we currently have. So again, setting aside the million documents or whatever there may be in the filing cabinets, just to create the digital online records management system that you have to gain the benefits today. So just setting that part aside, it's converting all of the documents that you have stored out on a hard drive today.
Okay. So you're doing the work for us to digitize, to move all of that into that Laserfiche portal?
Correct. And the important part of that is because today, it's not a secure environment. It's not as secure as a Laserfiche environment. You don't get the benefits of who has access to it today. It sits on a hard drive at Best Buy that maybe someone bought, right? It's a hard drive, right? It's a shared drive sitting on a server, where this environment is a secure environment. We have audit trail to address concerns of people, changing documents for transparency. These systems track who logs in and who changes what and how these documents happen. And the advantage of these systems are not just, I can go store a document and find it. It's the peace of mind of the security. It is the peace of mind of the audit trail. It is the peace of mind of records management.
So
and
beyond,
so that's where that comes from. And so we support all that stuff, and we train your staff then on how to use it.
beyond the audit trail, are you hosting these records yourself within a facility, or are you using a different vendor? And
So
if
we recommend that we use Amazon Web Services as our
Okay.
hosting provider, which I believe the city already uses for their other pieces of software.
Okay.
We have solution architects at Amazon, and we would make that environment as secure. Jobs Tech, and I could have given some background too, a lot of things we do are in the medical field, so we're very familiar with HIPAA high-tech rules, PHI information, and so on. And so, when we first met, we talked extensively about security and what you would have to do, and being that good partner to say, if you put CGIS data, for instance, into this environment, what type of security and what type of cost it goes into it, and it is a cost to secure that data, and it's way more secure than a file cabinet sitting in a room. And so that's the services that we provide in this beginning to set that up for you. We won't let you make that technical mistake, I suppose, is what I get.
Okay. Are there any other questions? What is the sense of council? Do you want to table this, or would you like to move forward with a motion?
I would personally like to table this.
I agree. There's information that we just don't have tonight that I don't feel comfortable making a decision without.
Okay, and are we clear on what we're asking for the city manager's office to prepare in its return? I want to be very clear that we still need this records management system, regardless if we get a scan quote or not. We could choose not to scan and say we're not going to spend that cost, but we still need a records management system. And so council can choose to say we will defer any costs for scanning until a later time. But I believe that the records management system is part of the strategic plan as well as the capital improvement plan that council has been putting forth for planning for. So we're at this point, and we want to make sure council is comfortable. Some good questions were brought up tonight. And I know that the city manager's office is responsible for implementing software and overseeing software with so there has been someone identified tonight. It's the city manager and the assistant city manager who are overseeing our technology implementation. Can you repeat what you've heard to see what you think you need to provide and make sure we're all on the same page?
Sure. What I've heard is we need clarity on financial cost trade-offs. Councilman Pollock was asking for that. There's questions about storage and terabytes, some clarification there around
And projecting forward.
current capacity and projecting forward and what might need to be and what that cost would look like for expanding. So scaling up and or maintaining or scaling down. I think the biggest missing piece was the data scanning, which is the critical piece. Right, and that's, to the mayor's point, this has been a part of council's sustainability objectives, capital planning objectives, and strategic planning objectives. It's a big part of records transparency as well as just supporting paperless environment. That's what this would do. So I think what I'm hearing is we just need more clarification on cost and accountability will be the assistant city manager who is overseeing this project, and the city manager's office does oversee the technology. And I would also point out that we do not buy our servers at Best Buy. Would not meet enterprise requirements.
So I appreciate everybody's targeted questions tonight and make sure we're moving forward on the right thing and getting clarification on some of these expenses. So when do we expect this to come back to council? How much time do you?
I would defer that to the assistant city manager in terms
Well, I'll
of
let you guys
looking at the
determine that and
scanning.
come back at another date.
So for the record, I'll move to table.
Thank you.
Second.
And that would be to table indefinitely until
And-
materials are prepared.
I move to table indefinitely until the assistant city manager returns it to the agenda.
Support.
Do we roll call there?
Sure. Councilmember James?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Link Smate?
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski?
Yes.
Councilmember Pelika?
Yes.
And Mayor Piana.
Yes. Moving on to item 8C, consideration of the bid award for the West Troy water main replacement to D'Angelo Brothers. And we have Dan joining us from DPW to introduce this item.
Excuse me. Good evening tonight, Council. So what we have for you tonight is the first of a fairly long string of infrastructure projects that we will begin kicking off this year with possible bid award to D'Angelo Brothers for water main improvement on West Troy. So what we are hoping to do with this water main project right here is use the opportunity of the construction going on at the dot and having that section of West Troy closed down to, since that road is getting ripped up for reconstruction and stuff like that, use that as an opportunity to get that water main over there replaced. We think it's a pretty good timing to do so. What we did with this project, this was bid out separately than our other water main projects that we have planned for this year because we want to keep a much tighter time frame on that than what we're allowing for our other water main project. And two, because we wanted to know kind of who was going to be submitting numbers. We wanted to work with reputable contractors that we've worked with in the past, that we know that provide quality work, that can remain on schedule, and so on and so forth. So that is what we did. D'Angelo Brothers ended up coming in as the low bid for this project. Over our cost estimate for the project was about $132,000. They came in at $163,000. Now, there is a portion of this project that is actually work for the DOT. It's about $17,000. So the actual cost to the water fund for this project is estimated at $146,000. Now, that's kind of a bill-back deal between parking fund and water fund. But overall, the project came back just about 10% over budget for the 146 portion that the water fund's going to eat for this water main project. But we do think it's a really good time instead of having to revisit this project at a date a few years down the road from us. And then it also gives us an opportunity to, when at eventually some point we have to do the other section of West Troy, that we have parking that's available and access for all the businesses and stuff like that. So we have had the opportunity to work with D'Angelo in the past. They've done, on the 2018 water main project, they did some lead service line replacements for us. Did really good work, very timely. They're really good contractor to work with. They do have the lead service line replacement contract with Oakland County right now that municipalities can piggyback off of. So we had a great experience working with them. They came in significantly under what the other contractors did. So we're overall happy with that. So our recommendation is to award the bid to D'Angelo Brothers for the West Troy water main replacement. And hopefully, once this goes forward, we'll get the ball rolling on that. And we do have a very tight window on this project. Substantial completion is 14 days, and then full completion on the project is 17 days. So as soon as the crane moves off site, we will be mobilizing and beginning to do work on that water main project, if approved. Any questions?
Thank you, Dan. Any questions from council? All right.
That's all I got.
No questions or comments? Can we have a motion, please?
Evelyn Elster, it's not bad enough that the taxpayers had to eat the cost of the emergency repairs to the water main on Troy when the dock construction crew damaged it, but now we have to pay for the replacement of said water main? First section, 13C-2 of the contract dated 12/19/2018. This should solely be the responsibility of the developer and their construction crew. Taxpayers are not at fault here, and the city coffers should not be tapped in this situation. Once again, staff has dropped the ball and expects the citizens of Ferndale to foot the bill.
The replacement of this water main is not solely due to that water main break that we had. It's just along our semi-sped up because of the construction we have going on there and the opportunity that we have right now with West Troy being shut down. As far as who's eating that cost on that project, I'm sure that was worked out with project managers and Cole Sante on that project. But we're not just replacing this water main just because we had that water main break. It's just on our schedule list of replacements and stuff like that now that we actually have a nice opportunity to rip up road that's already getting ripped up, so it bodes well for us.
Okay, so what I'm hearing you say is that we've aligned our capital improvement planning to be efficient because the road is going to be ripped up, which is why the city is replacing the water main.
Yes, we do our best to do that. Unfortunately, it does not always work out like that. So with, for example, we got our road bond going on right now, so, at times we're going to have instances where we have to cut open brand new road and stuff like that, but when we go to do that actual repair on that road that we do cut up, that's all done to spec out to kind of make a nice smooth transition as to how that road was originally built. So there are instances where we don't get so lucky, but in this case, it's a great opportunity because we'll be ripping up the road anyways. So for us to get in, get out, and it's a tight timeline. We've already, talked through disconnecting, reconnecting our businesses and stuff like that, doing our best to schedule those within some off-peak hours as reasonable as possible. To keep everyone's water nice and flowing. That's over there on that section of West Troy, 9 Mile.
Thank you.
Actually, through the chair, what is the longevity of this construction?
So the substantial completion of the project is 14 days. And we have project clause in the manual for full completion within 17 days.
Actually, and what I'm talking about is how long it's going to last. What's our...
Through the chair, are you referring to the water main specific segment or the project?
The project.
I will address that in the coming agenda item. Okay. What Dan is referring to, the actual water main replacement is 14 to 17 days, and that's been incorporated with Cole Sante, our construction manager, to incorporate that into the project timeline.
Just for clarity, since a resident brought this up, and maybe I'm just not understanding it, if it was damaged during construction, then our developer would be paying for it? Is that correct?
Through the chair, can I also clarify that the developer in that contractual language refers to the owner, which is the city. That's the city's public right-of-way, and that's the city's water main. And the damage was repaired as a function of the water, like any other water main would be in the city.
Okay.
Hi, Jeff. Welcome.
Hi, Jeff King. I own a couple of the businesses over here, one being Public House, one being Anti-Hero, that have been directly affected by the DOT project. Very happy to see the progress, very happy that we're on track. I just heard something about the disruption in service and in coalition with the business owners on Troy. I haven't been contacted. I don't know anything about a time frame for disconnection and reconnection during off-peak hours, but I'm sure that we'll have that discussion. But the question I have is, it was just brought up that there was a disruption in service that was due to the water main break, that a homeowner questioned who's responsible for the repair. Could I suggest that one of the business owners, like myself, was affected by the water main break, and it was addressed immediately by DPW. That didn't solve the problem, although they did try, so I do appreciate that the city got involved to try and solve the problem. It's my contention that I still have a problem with a water break that is bringing silt into my building on a continuous basis. I would like to address that. I know I can't do that here because it really isn't germane to everybody here, but when I hear that it's the city who is responsible, it would be my contention that it's the builder who is responsible for the break. They should have insurance that covers. It's a mistake. We understand nobody did anything on purpose. But wouldn't there be insurance that covers a break and cost to a business owner in the tune of $12,400 that I spent that did not solve the problem? So I have the same problem that I would again have to spend $12,400 on in a city water line that was caused directly by a mistake that happened with Colasanti. Just want to make that point of record because I think we're going to have to address that situation more than once coming up soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. So at this point, we need to move forward with the water main replacement as part of the DOT project. But there were concerns brought up tonight, right, that need to be addressed.
Through the chair,
Yeah.
I believe that we would typically engage in the communication process.
Yes.
Pending approval.
Yes.
And it's my understanding that we're working with the DDA to actually reach out to Jeff as well next week.
Right. So I know these infrastructure projects always have a communications plan and component as part of rolling out, and that is most likely being worked on, correct, what you just said?
Yes. Notification will be going pending approval.
Pending approval. So we don't like to notify business owners if there's no movement forward on a project because it hasn't been approved. We're just sort of wasting their time at that point. So tonight's vote of approval would signal to move forward. What would council like to do? Motion, please. I'm hearing silence. Is there questions still need to be asked of council for clarification?
I approve the bid, I move to approve the bid award for the West Troy water main replacement to D'Angelo Brothers, Inc. for the low bid per unit cost amount of $163,176 to be charged to the Water Sewer Fund, Capital Outlay, account number 592-000-977, and approval for the DPW Director to sign contract documents following the approval of City Attorney.
I need a support.
Before we support, is there room for an additional question? Yeah. Okay. So from what I'm hearing is that the reason why we want this to go forward now is because we have the opportunity to repair it because we're already undergoing construction. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, so, I mean, if you were to choose not to approve this project, what would then happen is, at a later date, we would still, pending your approval, go through with the water main replacement on West Troy. But at that point, we would be tearing up new streetscape and road and then replacing that. So the one nice thing that we have here is, since that's already going to happen, we're not going to be eating the cost twice for road resurfacing and streetscape repairs due to the water main project.
Support.
Madam Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May?
Yes.
Councilmember Bukowski?
Yes.
Councilmember Polika?
Yes.
Councilmember James?
Yes.
And Mayor Piana.
Yes. Motion passes. Next, I am going to entertain a small break for council, if that's something that you would be interested in, or would you, a 5-minute break? Or
Yes,
would-
please.
That would be wonderful.
We are going to take a 5-minute break, and we will be back in, what time is it, 9:50? We'll be back at 9:55.
Family.
Hi, I am resuming our council session back at 9:57. Thank you, everybody, for your patience and staying power tonight. We have a long, meaty agenda, and we are now going to move on to the consideration of agenda to amendment to the AIA agreement with Colasanti Construction. And I wanted to frame this up tonight before I handed it off over to the city manager. So tonight we are exploring some solutions to an unexpected and an unfortunate challenge. City Council is discussing the additional $1 million design cost request, which I consider a major error identified late in the timeline to complete funding for the development on Troy, or what we call the DOT construction project. And so I wanted to frame up how we're going to approach this in two ways. First is how council will proceed with the fact-finding and listening to resident and business owners' concerns and getting answers from our development partners as well as the city staff. And then wanted just to reiterate council's support to transparency and honest information about what has transpired. And so first, our city manager will provide an approximate 10-minute overview of the current situation and how the additional funding request came to fruition. Second, I will then move on to open up for public comment. I know many residents have concerns, questions, and criticisms, and we do want to hear from you. We also want to hear from our development partners. Our development partners need to hear your perspective as well. Then I will open up for council to ask questions of fact with the city manager and our development partners, and then finally we'll pass a motion where council will discuss the normal procedures of parliamentary process here, free to discuss and debate the issues. And I just want to say that the DOT project has been developed by and for the community. This project was planned to meet community and downtown business goals, as well as bring many benefits to the community. And while we're having these challenges, the goals and benefits still remain in sight, and that the project will deliver more parking, affordable housing, entrepreneurial retail space, so that the Starbucks, we're making sure Starbucks cannot go there, and we're also bringing the office space that will bring new jobs. So I want to reinforce that these continue to be my and the council and the city's goals to deliver a fantastic project for the community. And I also want to say that development projects and construction projects are really complex and rarely go as precisely as planned, and a lot of things change with projects all the time. And which is what is going to be part of the conversation tonight. It's kind of like two parts. One is the discussion about the $1 million design cost estimate error that was not included up front. And then the other part is the change order process that is normal to any construction process, and that has been planned for from the beginning of the project. So I want to make sure that there's two things going on tonight as part of our conversation. And that the $1 million budget hole breaches our normal threshold, what I would say, for this project. And so I asked to help everyone with understanding of this complex nature of these development agreements and construction terms and processes, that I ask our technical partners, our development partners, to use everyday language where possible. Please do not use acronyms, and make it very clear in what you're talking about, because this is a complicated project. And finally, I wanted to say that Councilman Pollica and Councilman Raylan and myself were part of the original decision-making and engagements with residents on this project, and our newest council members, James and Mikulski, sort of inherited past decisions. And I say that because together we are responsible for navigating the way forward and solutions and making sure that we're doing the right thing for the project and the community. But I also want to know how much effort and time has been put in by the council members, particularly our new members, who are learning 1.5 to 2 years of technical documentation to get up to speed. And so I just wanted to recognize everybody's working very hard in partnership with the city manager's office. And then finally, we are committed to transparent government and honesty and integrity. And so I want to make sure that tonight is all of that in full force, to make sure that everybody understands what's happening and we're clear about it. Because clarity is the rule of thumb tonight, to understand what's happening. Because a lot has changed. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to the city manager to walk us through the overview of what's happening.
Greetings, public and viewing audience. My name is Joseph Gotcha. I'm the city manager. What you do see on the presentation, which should be showing also on the viewing screen, is a picture of the DOT. As the mayor said, the DOT was really a mixed-use project that includes bringing office on speculation, which is about 25,000 square feet, which is what you see on the top levels there, levels 4, 5, and 6. And in between, you see covered mixed-use parking. And below that, you see street-level entrepreneurial retail. And what I mean by entrepreneurial retail is that is new construction space with guaranteed locked-in lower retail rates that are consistent with what we're currently offering. To Melanie's point, we didn't want to have new space, have too high of lease rates, so it would only be affordable by a Starbucks. That was one of the goals of the community. In addition, you would see a phase 2 of residential affordable housing, which would be shown on the east side, bordering Allen Street. There we go. So I'll just get to the point. What happened is there's a fourth floor budget hole of about $1 million. The costs were supposed to be included for the developer, Versa Wanda, as part of the fourth floor. That would contemplate the transfer slab that would enable a future floor plate and foundation for the office space. It also serves a dual purpose as a structural support for the actual dot. So if you look back at the actual paneling and then the glazing, which is glass, that is actually structurally supported by those fourth floor beams. So that there's a dual purpose there for both the city and the future developer. When we look back at the timeline, I would call following the fourth floor hole, knowing what we know now, in January of 2019, we issued a bid package for the superstructure. And the fourth floor was treated as an ad alternate. And what that means is we actually pulled that out of the superstructure bid package because our intention was always to secure a developer partner who would then absorb that into their project costs as part of the fourth, fifth, and sixth floor. So that would be part of our negotiation. Speaking to the complexity of this, we're also simultaneously negotiating with the state of Michigan's Michigan Economic Development Corporation to make sure that they can participate in the project to enable our goals. So that fourth floor was supposed to be connected to that budget. It was approved by the state in October 19 because the state did see the benefits of investing in the project, so they actually partnered with Versa, the developer, and they supported the city's development goals in providing the office space in downtown Ferndale that doesn't have an office space. So that was it supported the State Economic Development Initiative. In December 11th, this is actually the version of the site plan that was approved at the Planning Commission during the December 11th meeting. So at that time, the development team, with the support of the State of Michigan's Economic Development Corporation, presented the update to the office, fourth, fifth, and sixth floor. Later in December, it's apparent to me now that the developer was alerted that the office budget excluded that fourth floor, and hence the budget hole. So in January 15th, that was the first time that I learned about this at that meeting. They had stated that there was a budget hole, and there was about $1.2 million of cost. And at that time, I asked for design alternatives, and then I wanted a better understanding of cost distribution. I wanted to understand what portion of that went to the developer, and what portion of that was the responsibility of the city. So over the ensuing 2 weeks, I had requested that information. This slide talks about the development agreement, and just this is some background context information. Part of the deal with Versa Wanda, who's the development partner on the office, is that they have a minimum financial contribution of $750,000. Any cost that is relative to the office space that would impact my budget on the parking side is split 50-50 over and above that $750,000. So in this case, at a minimum, what we learned when we came back 2 weeks later is that Versa would be following that development agreement. They would reimburse the city for half of the $1 million overage for that floor. So the change order is going to be the city paying for that $1 million and additional change orders that are just a reflection of the office space. Things such as modifying the initial parking deck to accommodate a central elevator, the lobby, associated lobbies, any other structural requirements that would interface with that office space, now that we have a known developer, would require some design changes to our initial design. Those costs are reimbursable by Versa. So the city, according to the development agreement, because it's our portion of the project, we would pay those up front. So what I've asked for today from council is that I have some expected change orders coming, and I would say that $1 million budget hole was unexpected. I was made aware relatively recently. So at this time, it made sense to me to request to just combine those in a not to exceed $2 million, because that's, right now, that's what it looks like the total maximum cost for those change requests would be. And that right side just articulates that according to the development agreement, of those $2 million, 1 to 1.2 million, once costs are finalized, are going to be reimbursable to the city. So the developer will owe us that back. My primary request, and that I'm truly concerned with, is making sure that we can secure the $1 million to move forward with finishing the fourth floor, which, again, Versa will be reimbursing us $500,000 for as their share of the cost at a minimum. That is important to keep the project timeline moving forward and to conclude the actual project as envisioned. To restate why I requested for up to $2 million, because I do expect more predictable change orders are going to be coming as a relation to the office changes. And the majority of these costs, as I said, are reimbursable. So final pricing isn't negotiated yet. We have estimates right now at this point. Those estimates include the worst case cost impact, which would be up to $2 million if I include that budget whole item as well. And I would expect finalized pricing. So this is why I consolidated it. This is just a simplification. But primarily I'm concerned with the budget hole covering. So the two requests, authorization to fund the $1 million fourth floor completion, and then additional funds as communicated. I expect final pricing in March or April for those change orders to come from our design team and our construction manager. Knowing what I know now, desired next steps, I want to initiate the fourth floor project scope, hopefully tonight, pending council approval. We'll focus on finishing the project out and fulfilling the vision of the project. I want to confirm timeline impacts with the construction manager team and the design team. I deliberately did not include that in here because I don't have a firm understanding about how this impacts that timeline, and I'm not going to put out speculative language at this point. I will only put out facts. So I will learn that, and within 2 weeks, I guarantee we will have a firm understanding about what the timeline impact is, and I will communicate that closely with the DDA as well as with the general public and city council. And then, of course, I'm going to be issuing a memo of expectations to a project team about my expectations for moving forward. This was a surprise to me. I wasn't happy, much like I'm sure the public is not happy, the viewing audience, city council. So I do have a list of expectations of what I'd like to see in terms of tightening up communications and expectations moving forward. That said, in the interest of moving the project along, my motion is to have council consider the addenda to the AIA agreement with Colasanti Construction. And I would point out we do have members of the construction management team. That would be Colasanti, the construction manager, WGI, the engineers, and Fusco, Schaefer, and Pappas, and Edge Design, who are the principal architects representing the city on behalf of the city through this process. Open the floor to questions, please.
Okay, so thank you, Joe, for that brief overview. I'm now going to open it up to the public for comments and or posing questions for council to get answers from. I request that you keep your comments to 3 minutes, please, and please use grace and kindness when you approach council and staff.
My apologies. When I'm being violated, it's hard to be nice and sweet. On the October meeting, the developer committed to develop the office space. And on December 11th, according to your charts, that office space was doubled to take up the entire fourth floor, which it did not do before. First question, how many more parking spaces did we lose out of the 99 net that we had to begin with? So now we're expected to pay yet another $2 million at the debacle on Troy for the construction of the office units on the fourth floor, which the city has already contracted to sell the developer for $1 per unit. The voters of this city authorized a $20 million bond to construct this monolith, not the $27 million cost it is fast approaching. Few details were given at the time, and the citizens were unaware that you intended to build a mixed-use development at an increased cost of $75 per square foot, or that you intended to sell the office, residential, and retail units to the developer for that $1 per unit. Staff seems to believe our pockets are bottomless, and council hasn't been capable of saying no to any recommendation by staff for years now. This is really starting to look like Ferndale House all over again. Every month, we come back to the Plan Commission, we come back to council. More, 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 give us more. How about the citizens and the taxpayers of this city? More porridge, please?
Mike, thank you.
Yes, good evening, Council. I did give the clerk a copy of the statements that I'll be reading tonight just because I speak very quickly, and I want to make sure that you hear all my questions. Buenas noches, good evening, Council. Augusto Mike Flores again. This topic is complex, so I broke it down into 3 red lines in 3 theme issues. The red lines, items the city must meet. 1, the project has to be completed with the current or a revised vision. Number 2, no access to general funds or similar funds. And 3, the city must meet the bond obligations to maintain our current credit rating. Theme 1, program management. This is a program management debacle. How long has the city known about this issue? Who are the program managers from the city and the vendors? How often are the program managers meeting to review open issues, next steps, and spending curves? Who is on the review team that allows the project to move from gate to gate, identify risk, and mitigate risks? And who will lead the root cause analysis, lessons learned, and poka-yokes to prevent this in the future, especially as the city contemplates other projects like an updated or new community center? Theme 2, financial oversight. We were promised a self-funded and self-sufficient project. Is council still committed to this? How much of the $20 million has been spent, and what is the spending curve for the remainder of the project? If the parking fund is exhausted, how will the operating deficits for the first few years be funded? And regarding vendor reimbursements, why is the city in the business of cash flow management for the private sector? Can the vendors fund their portions up front? Are there any other projects that can be delayed to address the immediate needs for funds? For example, the green initiatives that were approved a few weeks ago. Theme number 3, bond obligations. The city must maintain its bond rating. If the fund is exhausted, how will the city meet its bond payment in April of 2020, knowing operational deficits must be funded as well? Is the city compliant to our bond obligations if the fund is exhausted? Does any change in the fund levels or loans taken by the fund require notification to our bondholders? And if yes, will this change any interest rates? In February of 2019, the bond advisor warned a $1.2 million yearly bond obligation would be considered a very material amount, quote, to the general fund. What are the contingency plans if the fund is unable to support our yearly obligations? Not being able to answer any of these questions signals that the city does not have management, financial, and strategic control of this project. This is a mess. There is no way to spin it. However, I do believe our city management is strong enough to lead us through this challenge. Mayor, you have described yourself as the CEO of a $24 million enterprise. I agree. Everyone sitting up there is an executive to some degree. And like a CEO, the CEO reports to a board of directors, we the people. I'm looking forward to a creative solution that respects the promises made to the board of directors, we the people, upholds our bond obligations, and delivers on a self-funded, self-sufficient parking structure. A vote on anything else will be seen as Ferndale politics as usual. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Good evening, Alan Solvay. Just a reminder, you mentioned the state was helping with this project. The state is us, taxpayers. So just to remind you that. And I objected to this project just for this reason. Why we're here tonight, why people are objecting, and for instance, just the previous thing about the water main. Was that rebuilding of the water main, did anybody know about it? Was it considered in the project when you took on this project? That's more money, you know, with sewer and bond fund, that's comes from us with our water bills, and our water rates are high, are very high. I agree with the previous speaker, and you know, the money's coming out of the general fund. Is this coming from rainy day fund or just the general fund itself?
We're going to talk about that, about the money, but we'll duly note that question and make sure we answer it.
Okay, because you have that kind of cash laying around in the general fund, we can just loan people money?
We're going to talk about that, but the solution tonight we're going to be talking about the general fund.
Because we passed heavily override because the city was in dire straits. Now you have money for loaning enterprises, for building businesses, other people's businesses, people that don't even live here. I object to it. I object to this project for that reason. Just letting you know.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments from residents that wouldn't repeat what we've already heard? That wouldn't duplicate current comments? Excellent. Now I am, sorry, getting to my notes. Now I'm going to move to opening up for council to ask questions of fact with the city manager and our development partners. And if you have questions for Colasanti or the design team, ask you to come up to the podium. I'll just start with that tonight we are discussing how to find a solution for the $1 million budget hole and how to best structure that. Because this is an error very late in the game, it has put the city in a position of finding a solution that maybe we didn't want in the beginning. And if this $1 million was part of the project cost anyway, if it had been properly vetted up front, the city could have absorbed these costs through our bond or the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, through the financing structures that help put this financing in place for the project. And so I just wanted to say, so we are now exploring how to cover this gap. in the best way possible. And a lot of the questions we heard tonight, of course, are the concerns and questions I've heard expressed myself and from council. So at this point, are there any questions from council to start the fact-finding?
Sure, through the chair, I'll start with a couple of questions. Joe, I appreciate your overview because I know in reviewing the council packet, I didn't originally appreciate sort of the difference between the change directives and what I'll call the whole, the egregious whole that has caused a lot of expletives to fly over the last several days. So I want to start by focusing on some questions about the whole. Am I understanding correctly that per the terms of our development agreement, roughly 50% of that money would be paid back within 45 days by Versa Wanda? Is that accurate?
Upon completion of the project and submittal of invoice. Yes. So, I'm sorry, yes.
No, but I appreciate that clarification. So the 45 days begins to run upon completion of the project and submitted invoice?
For sure, yeah. The scope of the project would have to be completed, and we would once have signed off on that completion. It's been verified by our design team, who would be our engineers, who do the field inspections, and would verify that the work quoted was the work done. They would approve an invoice, submit it to the city, and then that would enable me to submit a reimbursement request from Versa.
So in addition to reimbursement per the terms of the contract by Versa Wanda, and this might be a joint question to you and our city attorney, if we approve funding tonight, may we also continue or initiate pursuing recourse or reimbursement from other partners, like some of the professionals that we relied on throughout the course of this project?
Through the chair, that would be something that could be studied and evaluated.
Are you?
I'll probably have more, but those
Okay.
are my initial ones.
Okay, so I guess that kind of touching on what Councilmember Bernard James was touching on. The potential breakdown regarding recoupment of funds, I understand Versa, the 500,000. What are the additional potential ideas for recoupment of funds?
So I think the question is, well,
Yes, what are
it's
the
a question
options?
concerning the funding gap and how
Yes.
we would, okay.
Yes.
What are our options?
So I will have our finance director, Cheryl Stubblefield, talk about our options, but the options are consistent with what's reflected in the packet. So when the end of the year comes, the end of the fiscal year, which is June, the city would review the financial status of the auto parking fund, all the monies that have gone in and all the monies that have gone out throughout the year, and that essentially is a reconciling at the end of the year. And at that point, I would expect we would start seeing developer reimbursement come in as a revenue. And so what we would like to see is all the project costs come in, go out, be reconciled, and then if there was a gap in funding that the auto parking reserves were unable to cover, then I would recommend an interfund loan from the general fund's fund balance. I think that was a question. There is a rainy day fund, and that would be an option. And the finance director, Cheryl Stubblefield, can speak on that a little bit more.
Before she speaks, I was talking in terms of, I know those options.
Okay.
Like, are there any additional options outside of that right now?
Yeah.
So
That's what I'm referring to.
So have we gone out, if we asked for more money from other partners?
Yes.
So it would be, I would actually work in partnership with our economic development director, Jordan Twardy, who was key in helping us broker the deal with the state and the MEDC to see what options, if any, existed in terms of amending their financial participation, because the MEDC received the budget request from Bursa, and budget gave them the numbers that they thought included the fourth floor, which is why we have the gap. So at that time, the MEDC knew what they knew, and Bursa knew what they knew, if that makes sense. So we could see if the MEDC, knowing what we know now, would be willing to amend their agreement, but that is a state board called the Michigan Strategic Fund, which operates by appointees from the governor, and it takes a while to get on their agenda. I can just say that. But that doesn't mean we wouldn't pursue that. We, of course, will pursue any and all options.
How long is a while? Just out of curiosity.
So we were initially on the Michigan State Fund for approval by the MEDC in June, and we got approved in October.
Okay.
If that helps.
If you don't mind, I'll just dive into
Yes.
Please.
a huge pamphlet full of questions.
Go ahead.
And we're going to go with explain it like I'm 5 on all of these, because I want it as dumb as humanly possible so that I can fully grasp all this. I appreciate that you put together the frequently asked questions, and I've gone over it a million times. I keep going back to the section on how did this issue get overlooked. And you basically said that we bid this out 2 different ways, one to completion, one without the fourth floor. Did we agree to the version that did not have the fourth floor?
Yes.
Okay.
And I would say I based my bid recommendations on, so let me, if I may, let me just fill in the actual bid process. So our design team, the people who actually design the architecture and the engineering behind it, submit a bid package of all the details that would need to be bid out to a construction manager, Colasanti. Colasanti then submits that bid package. They receive publicly, they receive bids competitively, and then they have bid award recommendations based on price and based on qualifications. And so once they get that list of recommendations, they submit that for review for the design team, and I receive recommendations that have been vetted for price and for qualifications. And then I move that forward with City Council, which if you look at the February 4th agenda, you'll see those recommendations on there. And actually, the complexity of the project required, I think, 3 consecutive bid approvals, because the bids just took a while to actually award. So we awarded in February, March, and I think the final round was in April. And some of that had to do with it was a council requirement to have all the work be union. So there was some last-minute bids that had to be adjusted for that accommodation in April.
So again, explaining this like I'm 5. We tell them to move forward with these 2 different bids. We agree to a bid that doesn't include the fourth floor. Did we agree to that because our vendor partners, WGI and the architect group, did not fully inform us of what that meant and how that would impact our ability to have the full design of the building?
If I was informed, it wasn't clear to me, and it was unknown to me at the time. So what I approved focused on the superstructure, which would be the dot. And the ad alternate that was missed, I wasn't aware that it was missed, if that makes sense.
May I add one comment? So I just want to say that cities that do development projects of this nature hire out design, engineering, and construction firms, and they're called owner's rep, because we don't have the capacity or talent on staff or the expertise on staff to do that. So you hire these experts to tell you and walk you through the construction process and advise. So there are experts that we've hired to provide us the best path forward. And so that's sort of the questioning. I wanted to draw that correlation to the questioning that you're asking, that the owner's rep are them.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I just want to make that clear. Like I'm 5.
I love it. So I do have a few more here. And again, it comes down to, we're coming down to money. And we come down to the auto parking fund. And we've heard from some of the residents concerning using the auto parking fund. And my understanding of this originally was that we would completely deplete the auto parking fund. Is that still correct? That's 1.2 million?
Yes.
The auto parking fund is used for what?
Strictly paying for improvements and maintenance of the auto parking system based on meter revenues and other parking-related revenues.
Is it used for anything operational, for instance, paying the staff from code enforcement, like the parking enforcement?
For Republic Parking, the parking management contract is paid for through the auto parking fund. That would be an operational expense, yes.
Okay. So is that where the slide from, I think it was April-ish, sometime in 2019, the slide that said, and I'm just going to quote myself because I've got a million things here. The auto parking fund's cash reserves are a critical backstop to guarantee operating deficits during preliminary years. So those operating deficits, that would be basically paying those individuals through Republic Parking?
Operating deficits would have meant that the auto parking system had more expenses than revenues coming in. Much of that at the time, and again, I would add, the context of that presentation was focused on the question of whether we should increase parking rates or not. And if we didn't increase parking rates, we would have seen expected early year operating deficits. But since council approved the parking rates, which was earlier than I actually had expected, our parking revenues are in a much better shape, and our auto parking fund wasn't as depleted as it would have otherwise been had rates remained at 50 cents an hour.
So are we not going to expect operating deficits in the preliminary years?
I don't expect operating deficits, no.
Okay.
But I do expect that capital reserve fund, that $1.2 million, to be depleted and to be used towards this project
Okay.
in its entirety.
Now, when we deplete the 1.2 million from the auto parking fund, when you're asking for us to dip into the general fund, is that to then move that money into the auto parking fund so that we can pay for potentially operating deficits or any sort of operational issues?
I'll have the finance director talk about the financial gymnastics about that, but the intent would be no. That transfer would be there to offset one-time capital costs. Any operational costs, I would never recommend using a fund balance to offset an operational cost. That would be a structural deficit.
And that's pretty much it? Okay.
Can I have a follow-up question onto that? Do you mind?
Yeah, go for it.
So the city would pay $1 million up front, right? But our real cost is $500,000 because the developer would reimburse $500,000, but the city has to pay it up front in order to keep this project going.
Yes, and until, yes.
Right?
This is the city's property, which is why, to the question of why the city first, it's still the city's property. We have not conveyed the air rights for that office space to the developer, but we have a development agreement that requires their minimum investment.
Okay. And then is it a loan from the general fund?
Again, I would ask the finance director to...
Yeah, please, Cheryl, please come up.
Good evening. I'll try and keep this 5-year-old. So there is pooled cash. The way that we keep our cash is in a pool. We get a better investment dollar for it. So as you know, we have a $6 million fund balance in the general fund, and I often invest that money. I have some of it invested for 4 years. I have some of it invested for 6 months, just depending on the kind of liquidity that we need with our cash. We get tax dollars in, we get water revenues in, we've got all of those funds in, and then we sweep it out, it gets invested to earn the most money on our money, let it work for us. Then those investments and that interest gets spread to the various funds based on their percentage of what they have in that cash. So what we would do is use cash that we have either from the general fund fund balance it would be an investment to the general fund. So instead of taking $2 million and investing in a commercial paper for 6 months, I would take $2 million and we would invest it in the parking fund for 6 months, and then the interest that the money would earn out on the market would be required to be paid back from the parking fund to the general fund. So it's very similar to If you have a 401 or a 457 and you borrow against your own money, and then when you pay it back, you pay yourself back the interest, it's very similar to that.
Thank you. So what price point are we currently sitting at with the project? Like what's our grand total, given that we had, and if you could you walk us through the change orders that occurred before this? This is the third change order, is that
It is.
correct? Okay.
Yeah, the first change order was submitted, I believe, in August or September of 2019. That was related to unknown earth conditions. That kind of a change order doesn't surprise me. Disappointing, yes, not surprising, because that happens when you go 30 feet below grade. Things aren't always where they are on the survey, and that is a common construction change order. But disappointing for sure. That change order was about $500,000 totally related to the sub-earth conditions. That actually wiped out my owner's reserve of $500,000. And we've applied some contingency that is shared contingency between Colasanti and the city towards that. The second change order was submitted in November following the approval by the state of Michigan, which really put a green light on the office space for the first time. So once we knew that the office was real and the Versa was committed, we didn't know that until the state of Michigan approved the project. Because without the state of Michigan's financial participation, our project goals wouldn't have been enabled and Versa would not have moved forward. So in November, once the state approved it, we submitted the second change order, which was largely related to the first round of development reimbursable costs. Those were the first design modification costs as a reaction to the fact that we knew the office was coming. And then within the next
Sorry, can I stop you right there?
Sure.
Through the chair. Is that the point where this confusion started to occur?
I don't want to speculate on the confusion. I can just say I was very confused when I came back from paternity leave on January 15th to find out. So, but as far as I'm concerned, the developer presented a plan, a site plan, a comprehensive plan that showed a fourth floor, a fifth floor, and a sixth floor to the Planning Commission. And if one spent that much on design fees, one has done their homework on the budget, because those design fees are significant.
May I ask that should this project be delayed for whatever reason, how does that impact the business owners who've sacrificed for this project to go forward?
If I can rephrase to make sure I'm understanding, if this project, if tonight's change order is not approved.
Yes, exactly.
If tonight's change order is not approved, then the dot, and I'm just going to pull the image up for a visual aid. You'll notice that front paneling that's covering what otherwise would be a normal concrete parking deck is.
Can you, say, can we point to, what is this?
Let's see if
You
I
get the
can.
pointer?
Hey, there it is.
Okay.
This
Okay.
is metal paneling.
Okay.
And this is glazing or glass. This throughout the system is an aesthetic improvement on a parking deck in the downtown area. You see these are the structural supports that are tied into the beams as I understand it today.
Yes.
If this were not approved, then this portion would not be finished to support the office space. This is actually an overhang. You'll notice there's no actual floor here. So I think one of the assumptions was that we've expanded the office space. The office space has remained 25,000 square feet. That square footage hasn't changed. So what you would see is the glass remaining unfinished. You would see a fourth floor without a finish. So the councilwoman's comment of a hole is what you would see. You would see an unfinished hole in the fourth floor. We would have to secure that for public safety. So we would bollard that out and secure that to make sure that there was no danger risk when we were code compliant. But the project would be unfinished and not realize the initial objectives.
Would we be able to have ground floor retail?
Yes.
Okay. We wouldn't be able to have offices?
You would not have office space.
Okay.
And you would lose your developer. Likely in that case, in that scenario, we would have to go back out to bid for a new developer to retain ownership and to navigate the completion of the retail space.
Not,
Which one of the original goals was to not have the city be a landlord.
right.
As far as the code compliance, would there be additional costs as far as coming into code?
Yes, because that is not part of the project budget. So we would have to enclose open stairwells and open elevators, and you would have to seal off the quote-unquote hole.
Through the chair, do we have tax revenue estimates regarding the commercial space?
We do actually, as part of the brownfield plan, we had to submit a brownfield reimbursement that estimated new tax revenues. I do not have those numbers on me. That was approved in December 2018. That's on the public record as well. But it's in the packet, and I can definitely advance those to the public and to council at the next meeting.
So am I, through the chair, am I correct in summarizing that if there's no approval for a change order, there's no glass or metal facade, it'll be a concrete block facing Troy, no retail and no tax revenue from that retail?
The aesthetic comment is correct. Yes, it would be a typical parking deck with no mixed use. The retail would be an option in the future, but we would have to go back out to bid for a qualified developer. We would lose the office and we would lose the affordable housing, because the developer who's willing to do that and who's already secured the financial wherewithal to be able to do that likely will walk.
Oh, I see. So the affordable housing component is potentially lost as well?
That would be the part two with this developer, and that was part of the bid package required by the developer. And I could say before, we actually spent a 2-year process trying to identify a developer who would be willing to deliver the project goals. Actually 9 development bids were all for market rate housing. No one would build the office because they didn't believe we had an office. No one would build the affordable housing, and everybody wanted to maximize the value of the new retail space at $35 to $40 per square foot. I will say, for any businesses watching, we've secured rents in that new construction at $18 to $22 per square foot contractually, so they're obligated to that low rate, which is pretty competitive for new construction.
So you held bi-weekly construction meetings to review the progress, challenges, and change requests. Can you walk me through what those looked like? Because I'm not understanding how we end up ordering glass for a floor that we're not going to have. Were there punch lists? Were there Gantt charts? Were there checklists at a bare minimum showing where we were in this process? And are those things that were your responsibility, or were they the responsibility of the design team?
Sure. So to clarify, that glass on the 5th floor, that's private. That's not part of our project. That is a developer expense. So that hasn't been ordered.
Okay.
The glass down the center, anything part of our parking deck is our property, and that would have been included in the original bid package that was submitted that lacked the 4th floor. In terms of what an actual construction meeting looks like, I would invite our Colasanti partner members to just kind of talk a little bit about an agenda for a construction management meeting, a typical meeting. And then, of course, our engineer partners are also part of that meeting as well.
Good evening. Dave Crosby, Colasanti. I'm the on-site manager of the project. Part of our hole, as everyone keeps calling it, was originally identified on the original bid documents, that it was not part of the original scope that was approved under contract. And part of that reason was the design team was still working with the potential developer on what type of office that he wanted. You could go steel, you could go concrete, so that has been part of the topics of discussion way back in May on talking with Versa on what type of development they want. And it ended up being, right now, what you're seeing in this particular picture that was approved in April is they want to put a concrete structure in on all 3 floors and then put your facade as you see here. So in not developing that section of the 4th floor until they knew exactly what the developer wanted, that didn't allow to have a concrete beam placed across the front to hold up the facade. And that's what Joe was alluding to about the metal siding wouldn't be supported right now, and part of the glass wouldn't be supported because they could have put steel up, they could have put concrete. It wasn't known at the time what the developer wanted. So we've been working every biweekly as a group with Versa to figure out what type of structure they wanted. And it's been well documented on that we kept giving deadlines to the developer that, hey, we need these answers here because it's going to affect a whole lot of other things. But through all the timelines to get the state approvals and all this, it kept pushing things out. And again, it's no fault of any individual, it's just the way the system works, that the final design come in, that we come back to Joe and says, all right, in order to get this 4th floor superstructure installed so the commercial can be built at some future date, either right now or at later, it was decided that a concrete floor and concrete beams is the most cost efficient. So, as Joe mentioned, right now he has an agreement, if I'm understanding correctly, of getting reimbursed 50% back on that 4th floor superstructure, which leaves $500,000. You would have spent the $500,000 with or without the developer, because you still had to support that facade. You still had to build that front facade structure in order to finish the dot by itself. So right now, the city always had that cost that had to be built in at some point. It's just now coming to the time frame that we need it now. Where the project is right now, the 4th floor dot slabs have been poured. Right now, the concrete crews are putting in retaining walls, minor structure. So what's driving the schedule right now is we have that large crane out there that either we move it off site and then we have to move it back to site at additional cost. That's not,
And what sort of additional cost is that?
right now I'm going to guess about $40,000.
Okay.
And we don't want to spend that money if that crane is sitting there. We can move that crane and then the crews, all the decking that's already rented, the support decking for the concrete, we take all that material, manpower, and equipment that's already there. Instead of taking it off-site, we just move it immediately right now and get that 4th floor superstructure built. Because with or without Versa, you need that 4th floor for your future developer. And you can put ABC Construction. It doesn't matter who goes in there to do that. You need that support for the building. So I hope that answered some of the questions, if not all the questions.
Through the chair, you mentioned that there was a period of time where you were waiting to hear from Versa what kind of material, what kind of structure they wanted on the 4th floor. When did that happen?
Well, it's been ongoing. Nobody just says, okay, I want to do this. We have to come up with, okay, let's check into how much a steel structure is going to cost, how much a concrete structure, how much is a blend of the two. And the design team comes up with estimates on how much this is going to cost. And that takes time. The contractor has to get quotes for a multiple range of different types of structure, and then the design team has to vet it to make sure that they agree that, that's what the cost Then we go back to the developer. Now the developer has to go through all the numbers themselves and see what is financially viable, which of the designs works, because it allows you to get different loadings on the floors and give you different opportunities to, maybe they didn't want office, they wanted restaurants, or it's not a simple cut solution that, yes, we're going to do this. It all boils down to how much is this particular way to build it is going to cost, how much is this way going to be. So that's been ongoing for, I mean, almost since the beginning of the job. And as Versa started getting more and more on board, they would give us more and more information. Nothing really come to a head until after the state approved that Versa would proceed with the project. So that's why it's so late in the game. It's not like it was hidden. It was always there. It was just, nobody can bring it to a head yet until we knew that your developer was on board.
So, again, through the chair, throughout these construction update meetings, was there ever any discussion about how it was important to nail these details down because there was a significant portion of the construction project that hadn't been bid out yet?
Again, there was no discussion of actual dollars to answer that question, because all the dollars were being translated to the developer saying, okay, if you go with this type of structure, this is what the cost is going to be. If you go with this type of structure, this is the cost. So there was no way to tell Joe and the city what their portion of that cost was going to be, because it was unknown what the developer was going to build. And again, it was, if it was a steel structure, it would have cost the city X amount of, if it was a concrete. And what it boiled down to was that the concrete structure ended up being the less expensive of all the particular designs at the time. And that's where we are today.
So I understand that there was no discussion of what the number would be, but was there ever any discussion about the fact that not knowing what the number would be was of significance to the city, and that the city had further outlays it would have to make that were unknown? Was that ever discussed?
I guess no, ma'am. The design team, it's always been known, it's just we couldn't relay a solid number because no one knew at that time what that final design was going to be. To guesstimate, that's all it would have been. It was a guesstimate.
So is the developer finally done with making changes? Is this final?
With,
No? Yes?
well, with the fourth floor superstructure approval to proceed, now the city is done, and everything above that fourth floor would fall 100% under the Versa contract with whatever subcontractor they hire, whether or not it's Calisani or a different company. All that future work, that glass facade and all that, that's under their contract.
And you said 100%.
100% from
I
the,
love 100%.
from the fourth
That sounds
floor
great.
above.
Okay.
What Joe is still working on, and that's part of the second part of this change orders that you're talking about, is some of that work below the fourth floor to help get that structure. And there's part of that work is Versa's that's being reimbursed by Versa also. That's part of that $750,000 he was showing you. So right now, we have to stop at the superstructure of the fourth floor, and then everything above that is under a contract, a direct contract with Versa.
Okay.
Hope that answered your question, sorry.
No, that was good. Joe, I would turn back to you and I would say, what lesson have we learned from this? Or lessons?
Clarifying project expectations, specifically on the timeline, expectations around details, which I will be asking for moving forward. want very specific detailed projections for the timelines, and also just asking better questions of our project management team.
So I'm going to tell you one lesson that I've learned, and I want to convey that to you, because if you knew about this in mid-January, I did see your answer to my question. I would ask you that if you know about it and it seems like this is an issue and it's going to be a budget thing that you have to bring to council, just bring it to council preemptively. If I'd rather have a small slice of the picture than the full picture so that I can mentally prepare for a night like this. And then, last but not least, what sort of concrete steps can you take to prevent this in the future? So again, I'm hearing you say that we need to have better dialogue with our vendors and better communication with them. How do we put that into action? What does that look like?
Yeah, so I'll point all the way to the end, really, on what my intentions are. And that really would be to cover an issue of memo of expectations formally, because we'll clarify where expectations haven't been met, and I will clarify my expectations moving forward of both our owner's representative and both the construction manager team to make sure that we're crystal clear on any and all openings, gaps, and timelines moving forward. And I think that's just more deliberately reinserting myself back into that equation.
Are there any other questions of comment? I know we have two people waiting. I just wanted to make sure at this point. Ben, please.
Thank you. I apologize. I know it's getting late. I just had a couple quick questions. They're going to come up as we learn more, during this process. My first one was just about the timeline we got. You mentioned you found out about this the day you got back from paternal leave. Was nobody assuming your role in your absence? Or was it just a coincidence you found out that day?
I think it was a coincidence.
Okay. Secondly, we're asking for up to $2 million tonight, correct? Just, it's only been mentioned once tonight, once or twice. It's been kind of dwindled down to $1 million, and I think moving forward, we should be saying up to $2 million, as that's the amount that's being asked for. The difference between 1 and 2 is kind of big. It's not nickels and dimes, And finally, in regards to the reimbursement claim with First Lawanda, you said $500,000 on $1 million. Is that a set in stone $500,000, or is it a 50% reimbursement on what we end up spending?
It's a 50% reimbursement on whatever that final cost is, and as I understand it, that cost right now, its maximum price that it could be is $1 million. I've been in communications with Colasante about that price. Specifically, I'd like to see it go down if possible. And so, if anything, it would be a 50% split on something lower than $1 million.
Sherry Wells, I live on West Troy, 2 houses away from the dot. I'm not understanding, that picture is a little different one than the one I walk by all the time. Is the 4th floor, what you're talking about, 4th, 5th, 6th, whatever floor, is this supposed to be the office and the so-called affordable housing?
No.
Yes?
No.
No.
No. So
then what is that big potentially?
this would be the future office,
okay,
which sits on top of the parking deck. This is the street level retail, and if and when they secure the project for affordable housing, which is the only way they can secure that property, which would be located here, this future development, which is called Parcel B since the beginning, that would be the second piece of the project outside of the office.
Okay, so the affordable housing part, the office part is what we're talking about.
The office part is what you're talking about.
All right, and that's something we've needed for a long time. Patrons for the daytime businesses and such, we have enough for the night ones. The affordable housing then isn't locked in there yet.
We baked it into the agreement that that is the only way they could get that property is if they fulfilled that development goal, i.e. they could not secure that property for anything other than affordable housing.
They had to build the office in order to get the housing.
But we don't need it's not affordable housing. We've established that, and there's so many other housing things going up in Ferndale and Royal Oak. I don't know where you're going to get the people to fill all those. So if that's an expendable part of this, I certainly would favor that.
It's
But
my
I just can't
understanding.
understand why this whole project, I assume that when a project is done, it's all figured out in advance. No, apparently not.
So let's say that we're moving forward with this. What is our new timeline for completion?
I would actually refer that back to Colasanti again. That is one of the expectations that I would look to firm up after this, pending this is approved.
I do want to say is that every timeline that Joe has given council has been on the guidance of Colasanti because they own the timeline, because we hired them to put that together and take us forward as a construction manager. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so please, go ahead.
Right now, the DOT project has been scheduled to complete the end of May. And so you can open up the DOT. And right now, by giving the approval for the fourth floor install, we can still make the end of May. Now, if the Versa contract comes on board with Colasanti or with another contractor, they have to set their cranes up right at the main entrance to the DOT in order to erect the fifth floor and the roof. So therefore, the access to the DOT will have to be switched to the rear entrance. And you'll have to hold off being able to park on the fourth floor, third floor, and second floor, and it's in phases is what it is, because supports have to be set in place in order to support the concrete floor decks until the cure time.
Okay.
So as the fifth floor cures, we can remove the braces from the second floor and then open that up to the public and this is life safety is what we're talking about right now. And then as the roof is poured, we can remove the braces from the third floor and then eventually open up the small section of the fourth floor that is parking, while the rest of the Versa building is being erected. And again, that's by whatever contractor does that Versa contract work for them. You have to have those supports. So it boils down to a life safety. You don't put the public anywhere where there could be an accident. It's easier to shut down the deck and just let them park on the lower level and the first level. And so that's what the timeline looks. And it just, as far as the Versa schedule for their completion, it really depends on when they bring on their contractor to do that work. Right now, we're desperately trying to coordinate that work where it's an even flow, so there's no disruption in the construction. Just keep going, open up that first floor and lower level from the back alley to allow the public to gain back their original parking lot for right now, why that superstructure for the fifth floor roof is being installed. And then, like I said, then we can open up second floor when that's done, open up the third floor and just keep moving up to protect the public.
Do you recall how many parking spaces that would be on the first floor?
I do not. Do you remember? About 100 parking spots.
Are there any more questions for Colasanti at this time? Thank you.
Thank you.
I did have questions. It was brought up earlier, mentioned, and it's something that immediately crossed my mind when this issue was brought to council, was bond integrity and making sure that this is not interrupting our bond payment, our bond interest, and making sure that still is copacetic in place.
Sure. So we were given, as part of the bond approval, you were given a fixed distribution schedule, which is just your fixed annual payments. We know they always occur in either April or October, so that doesn't change. The amount doesn't change. And again, the approval by council to increase the parking rates was really primarily to address that debt service payment. The capital fund and the cash reserves are always just for one-time capital expenses. So the parking revenues themselves are designed to support and projected to support any operating expenses, which would include debt service obligations.
Okay, so, and explain it like M5, we're not hurting it.
So the answer is yes, we can still make our debt service payments.
Okay, thank you.
Based on parking revenues, yes.
It is getting late,
Gotcha.
and so I appreciate the conciseness of that. I have additional questions from council.
I think I finally ran through all of these.
I have one more, and forgive me, this might even be rhetorical, but sort of in the category of lessons learned and moving forward, where the city is not typically in the business of construction. When participating in a project like this, if not for a construction management company that we work with, a design firm, architects, what professionals must we consult with to reveal errors like this to us in a timely manner?
So typically, it would be part of the scope of work of a construction manager and/or owner's representative to do that. Knowing what I know now, I would have engaged our civil engineer, Giffords, probably in February to see if they could be, they've done all the review. They did do plan review. That's part of their work they do for us. But I probably would have seen if they could have had some additional project funding money that I could have requested for a dedicated civil oversight on this. So that would be a civil engineer from Giffords attending all the project meetings and just also reviewing, which is it's just a redundancy on what our engineers as owners reps do. The difference would be that a civil engineer is associated with the city. That would be, if you're asking for a lesson learned and what I would do over again, that is something I would do over again, knowing what I know now today. As I don't want to be here tonight either.
But we shouldn't have to pay two people to do the same job.
Right. Well, we also had a transition, is that Joe was the lead project manager for the city, and then our city manager left, and we appointed him as an interim city manager, and council did express the concern of the workload onto Joe when he became the city manager. So this was a concern expressed by council at the time. So,
One more thing through the chair. I would just like to ask our city attorney, this is a recommendation for future discussion, that I'd ask you to look into the common law duties of care owed by construction management and design teams in situations like this, in working for a client who doesn't have professional specialities in construction and design.
Sure. I think that's an important point, because I do feel like, I call this a cascade of errors. I feel like the cascade started from somewhere, and I feel like the city and the developer are absorbing the error costs here, $500,000 each, total of $1 million, $500 reimbursable to the city. And I feel like we need to explore the shared responsibility and cost of our design, engineering, and consulting firm. And right now, I don't hear a lot of that, and I feel like that needs to be explored, so I'm reinforcing what Councilmember James has just said, because I feel this is what we've hired these folks to do, and I feel let down. And now we are facing these choices and disruption that we were guaranteed up front we wouldn't have. And so now as a council body and as the mayor, we are responsible for finding a solution forward. Obviously, not finishing the building doesn't get us where we need to be, and so we have to fill this gap. And and in order to continue on and reduce any timeline reductions, or, timeline changes and delays, which we don't know what they are. You've said earlier that you want confirmed response from Colasanti, the construction company. And so tonight, we're really trying to find the least impact to our general fund, because we said we would not use general fund dollars. The only way that I'm even remotely entertaining this is because it's a loan and can be repaid back, and I expect that to go back into the general fund, and want that in writing, exactly how that's going to function, and when the developer plans to do reimbursements. And I know that's part of the invoicing and process that we have already in place with them. So provide clarity on that for this council, and clarity on when the city can pay back the auto parking fund with its loan. I'm calling it a loan. Excuse me, we're going to... Please.
If you're going to borrow the taxpayers' money, just send us the dividends back to us so we can, have some cash in our pockets. Seems like a fair thing to do.
Thank you. So I am interested in moving forward so that the business community is not impacted more than they already are, and finding how to move forward, because the delay here of figuring this all out just hurts our business community. And our timing of this project was designed not to hit 2 winter holiday cycles, and I want to make sure that we stick to our commitment to the business community. And so at this point, if anybody has any other questions, entertain questions, fact-finding. We need a motion so that we can continue forward. And I'm going to put a recommendation forward because there's been confusion around the resolution. Is council entertain 2 resolutions, one for the 1 million whole, and then one for the change orders, which were planned anyway, and need to help move the project forward. That is another option for the council to consider. To keep those 2 separate, and we could have a different type of discussion on each.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. So I will move, separating out what was originally proposed by the city manager. I'll start by moving to authorize the city manager to execute addenda to the AIA agreement with Colasanti Construction in an amount not to exceed $1 million to be charged to the capital fund accounts as noted in the council packet.
Support.
Continue discussion.
I'd like to make some comments.
Please do.
Through the chair, you should be upset. You should all be mad. We're upset too. All of us on council and staff are ticked. Everybody's just had a few days to calm down. Well, maybe you all have calmed down, but I haven't. Joe, I appreciate you being the face and central point of contact for the city, but you're not a parking construction expert. And when you don't have an expert managing a particular project, you hire someone to represent your interests to ensure that the project gets completed right and on time. The bottom line is that we hired a firm to represent the city's interest in this project to make sure that things didn't fall through the cracks. Things fell through the cracks. This is a major flub up. I'd like to use a different word, but I'll stick with flub up. And as much as I would prefer to wait until a deeper dive investigation takes place to determine who dropped the ball and when, in this situation, time is not on our side. If we choose not to move forward, then we have wasted hundreds of thousands of dollars in materials we cannot use and end up with an incomplete structure. If we choose to wait, then we're going to end up spending more money paying to have equipment brought back on site to complete the project. I really don't see any choice but to support covering these additional costs today to allow the project to continue and pursue the legal recourse moving forward. Thank you.
Any other comments?
No, I'll just second what Greg said. This is a decision that never should have been presented to us. I appreciate that Joe has been subjected to a lot of questioning by us, a lot of frustration by us. He was definitely the first person I swore at over this. Swore to more so than at. Nobody's happy about this. With all due respect, I was not terribly impressed by the answers that I got from our construction management company tonight. I continue to liken this to, if I did hire a general contractor to do some work at my house, and when he left out a substantial portion of plaster in his estimate to me, he paid for that, not me. And the only reason that I'm moving forward, or that I'm supporting moving forward at this time, is because delivering a portion of this project, frankly, we'd end up with an eyesore. We'd get none of the affordable housing that was a huge component of this for me. And I feel an obligation to see through the vision of the previous council. I don't get to shirk responsibility just because I'm new to the group. This is something that was initiated before I was brought on. I feel obligated to see it through properly, and I know that we, as part of the contract with Versa Wanda, are going to get reimbursed for a substantial portion, and I am eager to pursue options for further reimbursement from some of the professionals on whom we relied.
And you know what, I'll just piggyback on that. I think we all knew that this is going to get pushed forward. I think the residents knew, I think we knew, it has to happen, period. We know that. We have three options: delay it, like you said, Craig. If we delay it, we incur more costs. If we vote no, we have a horrible structure that we could have just easily gone with, a parking structure that doesn't have all the bells and whistles that we wanted in the first place, and it would already be done and it would be cheaper. So obviously, yes, we're moving forward with this. I'm not happy. I don't think anybody is. And like you, I feel a responsibility to the business community especially to move forward so that they can end up getting some of their parking. I will say I'm a little bit nervous when I hear that part of the parking is going to end up shut down as we complete the project, but at least we will have gained 99 spaces, and that's better than none. So again, I support this. I don't love it. I'm not happy about it, but let's just get it done.
All right, there is a motion on the table.
And a second.
And a second.
A second.
Barney, can we have the roll call? Or, sorry, Madam Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember
I'm
Mikulski?
sorry, before we do that, this is pertaining to the first part or the whole thing now?
We're creating two resolutions. We've
Okay.
separated the whole
Okay.
from the change orders.
Okay.
effectively called the budget hole.
All right. Okay, I'll say, yes.
Councilmember Mikulski?
Yes.
Councilmember Polika?
Yes.
Councilmember James?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May?
Yes.
And Mayor Piana.
Yes. And moving on to the second part of this motion, can you walk us through and repeat again what the change orders are in it? We've been at this for a couple hours, so a refresher would be helpful.
Sure. The change orders are, again, in direct response to a secured office space. So to Colasante's point, everything below that fourth floor is ours, and things that we had to do to modify the security of that office and a developer. So that would be a fire suppression system that otherwise does not have to be there if there is no office. That means a central elevator. That means central elevator lobbies. That means ventilation that will have to be there from the retail space now that you have a secured developer. So those are examples of predictable costs that are otherwise owed to us, 100% reimbursable by the developer once you secure a developer, which we have. Those are the types of predictable change orders that wouldn't surprise me and that didn't concern me. Those were known. This whole is an unknown.
Yeah. And this was a do not exceed amount as well?
Yes, the expected amount that I have right now would be the $1 million. So if you bridge the whole with what I would expect to be traditional change orders, it was $2 million. I would expect, as my presentation, that I would get final pricing for those change orders, and I would like them, as I understand it, that would be at a maximum of $1 million, so it will only go down from here. We're negotiating that and finalizing those scopes. And so tonight's effort was just to an exercise in process. But if council wants, the motion could be to request the city manager to come back publicly with final change orders indefinitely, I guess, because my expectation is March or April for that work to be finalized.
So
and then
that council
brought-
approve, what you're saying is council can approve all the change orders or?
Individually?
So it would be just like I've done the first change order, right? You have to do an addendum to the contract.
Oh,
And I
yes.
give you the list of the approved change orders that are finalized in pricing and signed off by 3 people. So I would treat it just like I have to date, to be honest with you.
Through the chair, so these are reimbursable by Versa?
Yes, they're developer related.
Why aren't they just paying them off?
Because it's on our property, that's why. They can't actually authorize work. They can't authorize an installation of a fire suppression system on our property.
Can't they pay us and we'll pay the bill then?
Closing doesn't happen until it's complete, so.
Yeah. We haven't finished closing costs, and we haven't finalized the condo regime.
So I might understand that if we didn't vote on the change order tonight, the project will still go through? Right now?
Well, they both need to be approved in order to move forward.
Well-
One was a planned expense from the beginning.
Let me clarify. Let me restate what I need. I would need if I'm hearing council's will to cover the whole, I need a motion to authorize the city manager to authorize the city manager to approve the change order not to exceed $1 million, I believe was the amendment. That's for the whole. You can direct me to come back with with final list of change orders at the next, in March or April.
Okay, so we voted for the whole.
We voted for the
We're done
whole.
with that. This
That
is
was
just the
completed.
reimbursables.
So the reimbursables, I would just say, council can direct the city manager to come back at a meeting in March and April, with final list of change orders with finalized pricing.
Okay, yeah, it's the second amendment, or the second motion that we're working on.
So that's what I was
So
asking. So
can
this
I-
will still go, the whole is covered
Whole's covered.
based on our vote?
If you wish to see the specifics, you don't have to consider the second motion, and when it's ready,
just come
and
back
change
and-
orders, city manager will present that to council for approval.
And that doesn't slow down anything with our timelines?
That does not.
Okay.
It may slow it down for Versa.
I want to be clear that the timelines for the dot parking will open, but there will still be construction on top for the office and affordable housing down the road. There are stage construction. right? We're trying to get them all to happen under the same construction project timeline, correct? So that there's no other construction or street closures in the future.
That would be ideal, is that you would just finish the office while the site is currently under construction, and that would just mean, it's a phased construction.
It's a phased.
Again, I'm not going to put a hedge schedule out there. I want to get the facts and come back, because I think there's been enough speculation at this point.
Okay.
And I will fully commit to doing that, the clear schedule, and set expectations at the next council meeting.
So can I make a proposal that with respect to the anticipated change orders that would be 100% reimbursable by the developer as they are developer costs, we direct the city manager to come back with more precise information when it's available?
Through the chair, that certainly, you could have a motion, or you simply just direct the city manager to bring back when that information is ready. You don't necessarily need a motion.
All right, well, I'm proposing it to the body then.
I support that proposal, that request,
The request, okay.
To come back to council.
to come back to council as the change orders are generated.
Are generated, ready, yes.
Okay. All right. So expect more discussion on the change orders in the future. There's only one motion tonight, and that is to cover the project whole, so that we'll have the full cost of the change orders in the future. And I think there's also direction to Dan Chris.
There is.
To explore the contractual agreements on shared responsibility and
common law
costs. And what was that?
And the common law duties.
Common law duties. So appreciate your legal mind. And so with that, this item of the agenda is complete for the evening. I just wanted to say that, again, this is a really great project with, for the community, and the benefits that we're going to get from this project, we still need to keep our eye on that. And it's what the business community has been working for years, the additional parking, the retail, and making sure the retail is affordable for entrepreneurs. And so I think this is going to be a great project for our downtown when it's completed. And this significant, what did you call it? Flub?
Flub up?
A flub up. It's going to move on and just stay focused. So thank you for everybody tonight for your comments and staying with us till 11:30 at night. With that, we're moving on to the rest of the agenda, and next is the call to council. I'm going to ask our city staff, is there any comments from CED tonight?
Yes, thank you, Council, Mayor. Just quick reminders. November, it is late. February 26th, just want to remind out there here at City Hall, 6 to 8 o'clock, we're having our community meeting about we're going to present the preliminary findings for the Community Affordability and Inclusive Housing Action Plan. So that'll be a huge opportunity for folks to see what's been being worked on over the past several months, as well as to influence the final draft, to provide their comments and help shape where we go from here. So it'll be a big meeting again. That's February 26th, 6 to 8 p.m. here at City Hall. You can go online to the city webpage, our project page, where if you click current projects on the big green buttons on the homepage, you can find it there. Or you can just reach out to us at ced@ferndalemi.gov. Thank you.
Before you step away, is there a specific announcement about that meeting on the page?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Thank you, Council.
So we can share that on social
Absolutely,
media and
yes.
so forth? Okay.
Police Chief.
Good evening. Last 2 weeks ago, we had the resolution on human trafficking. Just stay tuned. We got some stickers and a campaign that's going to be coming forth in partnership with all our businesses, gas stations, and everywhere, as a safety net for people that can access a phone while they have a little bit of alone time. So look forward to that from Kara.
Thank you. Parks and Recreation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
This past weekend, just a quick update, this past weekend we had our daddy-daughter dance. We actually ended up selling it out at 250 participants at Ferndale High School. It was Frozen themed this year, so we had Elsa come out, and everybody said they had a great time. We had some images and videos posted on Facebook if anybody wants to check that out to see how it went. Our next big event is going to be our Super Brunch, which will be held on March 7th from 10 to 3. Registration for that is ongoing now, so you can find that at a registration site. If you have any questions or information, you can contact the Kulik Center. The number is 248-544-6767. Cool?
Yes, thank you. Fire Chief.
Good evening. Just announcing that we're working with the Communications Department on putting a PSA together, a public service announcement for smoke alarms. There's been a lot of fatalities this year so far. They've had about 27 across the state, which is unfortunate. So we're with the state fire marshal, we're putting a campaign together to let people know that we have smoke alarms. We'd like to install those for the residents of Ferndale, as well as Pleasant Ridge and Royal Oak Township at no charge. If they're in need of financial assistance, we can pay for those. But you can get a good smoke alarm at the big box stores for about $6, and they should have them on every level of the dwelling and in every sleeping area, and one within the sleeping area. So give us a call at the fire station if you need a smoke alarm. We'd be happy to install them.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Parking.
Good evening. Just a reminder that next Monday is President's Day. City Hall will be closed and parking will be free in downtown.
Excellent, thank you. DPW, come on down.
Really just trying to walk slow so I can beat my personal record for being here at a council meeting, so I appreciate that. So far so good right now with the water meter project. We're approaching that 2,000 water meter replace mark, so about 20% of the project. You may have heard we have had a couple issues here and there, but for the most part that is, 10, 15 issues over 2,000. So very happy with that. Our main contractor doing the install, UMS, has been very responsive when they do come across an issue or anything like that. And if it's something maybe outside of their wheelhouse, Ferguson Waterworks, who is supplying our water meters, they've been coming in to, kind of do the cleanup work, or if need be, we are also assisting on that because some of the repairs are just making sure that we get a curb stop repair done just because of the age of the components and stuff like that. Some of them have been around quite a long time, like talking 100-year-old stuff. So overall, that project's been going well. Still hoping for a significant snowfall, more than we got in the month of November. But either way, always ready for that, and just doing kind of equipment maintenance and then gearing up for all of our infrastructure projects and stuff like that that we will be bringing forward to you here in the next probably month or so. So we will meet again.
Thank you. DDA?
Good evening. Yeah, this is also my record too, but it's only like my 5th meeting, so that's not really fair. The DDA is going to be having their budget workshop on Thursday morning at their regular meeting, which starts at 8 a.m. in this room. It's a great time to not only look at the revised projections and goals for the current fiscal year, but also looking at what we want to accomplish in the upcoming fiscal year. I'm kind of a government geek. I think that has been known, so I'm really looking forward to this as a chance to kind of hit the reset button and look at some of the great things we're going to accomplish this year and then look at what we're going to do next year. And it is a bit of a change. So the DDA has been in kind of a saving mode, and we're going to be moving into more of a spending mode, into looking at what kind of capital projects do we want to be doing? Do we want street furniture? Do we want more public art? What do we want to be doing with these funds? So if you can come, that would be great. If you can't, I'm happy to share the presentation with you and answer any questions you might have about it. But I think it's going to be a good chance for people who either are on the board and have had questions, or people who are new, to wrap their arms around the budget in maybe a way where they didn't have that understanding before. So happy to answer any questions that you have, or would love to see you there.
Thank you. Communications? Finance? All right. Moving on to council.
I'm not sure who I did last time, so we'll start with Councilwoman Leaks May.
Oh, God. All right, well, first, I think I'm extremely tired right now. I'd like to, one, congratulate the Ferndale Winter Guard on their second-place win in a new division, tougher division. They were amazing. I can't wait for you guys to see them. And I'll send invites when they have the Friends and Family Day at the high school. Second, in honor of Black History Month, and I can't remember the date, and I don't know if you were going to mention this, Kat. Inclusive, aren't they doing something regarding a presentation regarding the hate you give being done at the high school?
I don't have the details
Okay,
on that.
well-
You're welcome to
Okay,
report
well, I'm
it.
pretty sure that, so in honor of Black History Month, there will be a presentation at the high school regarding that, and I will have to get the dates for the actual date for that. I know it's coming up, and for those of you who follow my political page, then you will see those dates. And if not, I can get it to Kara. If Kara, you can maybe put it on the page. I don't know. Okay, all right. So happy Black History Month. I just want to thank everyone for, I think, a good and fruitful discussion. I think we came to some sort of a tolerable agreement for this first major time out. So I'm really proud of everyone, and I thank you, everyone that's done the work involved.
Mayor Pro Tem, it is Wednesday, February 19th, from 6 to 9 p.m. at Ferndale High School.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Councilman Polika.
I actually don't have anything, but were you going to get Mayor I'm sorry, the...
I'll get there.
Okay.
Well,
Just want to make sure, but I don't have...
I understand. We'll go next. I appreciate you. I stopped looking at my list, and I'm tired. So, some grace in that. Okay, and city manager, anything tonight?
I think I've spoken enough, but I would say that we'll be bringing a clarified schedule, and I also heard a question about a clarification on what the taxable value increase is from the office and retail. I'll have those numbers from the Brownfield plan to present.
Yep. Dan?
Your
Anything from
Honor,
you
nothing,
tonight?
nothing this evening.
Okay. Councilwoman James?
I'm too tired. Thanks for hanging out to the end of the meeting, everyone, and thanks to everyone who came out. I know that, we don't always show up to city council meetings for things that are fun, and it's important to show up for the things that are not fun and difficult, and so thank you.
Councilwoman McCluskey?
So I have two things. Number one, somewhere on social media, on one of the Facebook forums, somebody had mentioned that the 8-mile underpass over at Woodward, the homeless population there had their items removed recently. And I wanted to thank Adam Loomis. He sent out an email this afternoon explaining that, number one, the city of Ferndale has not scheduled or completed any cleanups at the intersection of 8 Mile and Woodward so far in 2020. There is a process for cleaning debris and waste on the public right-of-way. There's a 24-hour minimum process to allow for all who occupy the public property set for cleaning a reasonable amount of time to gather personal items. I think that's fantastic. I do believe that he also added in here that when the amount of items or debris is deemed an infringement on ADA clearance or a possible health concern by our police department, DPW, or CED, that's when we move forward. I would love it if that was something that we could potentially share with the public so that they're aware that there are metrics associated with this. We're not just arbitrarily going in there in the coldest time of year and clearing the area out. And in this case, we weren't clearing the area out at all. And last but not least, I did want to thank you, Joe, for responding to all of my emails that were frantically coming in on Friday and Saturday. And I can't remember if I emailed you on Sunday, but I was probably thinking about it. So, again, I know this has been brutal, and I really appreciate you being candid and just being straightforward with your answers tonight so that I can digest it easily.
And, Madam Clerk, I am sorry. it's not like you've got something big coming up.
Yes. Yes, we have a little election coming up on March 10th. Absentee ballots are available here at City Hall. There are 3 ballot styles, and I won't go into them tonight. Just if you have questions about them when you get your absentee ballot application, please feel free to contact the clerk's office. We'll clarify what those options are. And I also want to thank council members Polika, James, and Mikulski for coming here last Saturday and helping our team stuff ballots. Thank you.
Through the chair, may I ask a question?
Sure.
So, over the next couple of weeks, a number of states are going to be having their primaries, and inevitably, some candidates end up falling off the ballot. If someone has voted now or between that point, is there opportunity for them to rescind their ballot or they be reissued a new absentee ballot?
We call that spoiling a ballot, and yes, absolutely. You can spoil your ballot as many times as you need to, right up until 4 p.m. on the day before the election.
Okay.
So, yeah, your option is to either, hold off on voting, but if you do and your candidate choice drops out, you can absolutely come and get a new ballot.
Thank you.
Great question. And there's nothing from me this evening, so thank you. I am adjourning this meeting, and I think it's one of the longest in the 10 years that I've been on council. I'm adjourning at 11:44.